Seated. All right, good morning, everyone. I'm going to go through my decisions on the four pending motions. They're kind of grouped as two groups of two. I think the Dr. Vincent evidence is intertwined with the May 6, 2019 reverse Spriegel that the defense has proffered. And I'll go through the analysis and it'll hopefully become apparent why I see that they are intertwined. First of all, I'm going to deal with the May 6, 2019 incident because regardless of where and when we try this case, we have to decide this evidentiary issue. So, in analyzing whether anything from the May 6, 2019 case is admissible, I think we have to work in reverse chronological order here and deal with the issue of cause of death of George Floyd on May 25th of 2020. Because that is clearly a contested issue in this case. The medical examiner has opined that the cause of death was cardiopulmonary arrest, complicating law enforcement subdual, restraint, and neck compression. The Armed Forces medical examiner concurs with that result. Medical examiner Dr. Baker also noted significant conditions of arteriosclerotic and hypertensive heart disease, fentanyl intoxication, and recent methamphetamine use. The defense expert, Dr. Fowler, has opined that the cause of death was cardiac arrhythmia due to arteriosclerotic and hypertensive cardiovascular disease during restraint by police. There seems to be a commonality that there is a cardiac incident here, cardiopulmonary arrest, cardiac arrhythmia, noting arteriosclerotic, but most importantly, hypertensive heart disease, and also the presence of possible drug toxicity. I would also note that one of the plaintiff's experts, Dr. Chauvin, cited a study which stated that clinical signs of fentanyl toxicity include severe respiratory depression. So the cause of death is clearly at issue here. The defense theory of the case being that it is due in part to drug toxicity and not to positional asphyxia or other causes. The state and its experts opine otherwise, saying that it is positional asphyxia and the restraint that was placed on George Floyd by the defendant. Clearly there's a cause of death issue here. In fact, it is highly contested. The fact that we have cardiac involvement and hypertensive heart disease leads me to question whether there is anything from the May 6, 2019 case that is relevant on the issue, the medical condition, or the mechanism of death, because that seems to be the primary issue. What is the mechanism that caused the cardiac arrest or cardiac arrhythmia, depending on which expert you talk to? Is there any medical evidence that would contribute or be probative as to cause of death? On May 25th, 2020, the date of Mr. Floyd's death, there is a very similar starting situation as on May 6, 2019. That is, an officer approaches him while he is seated in a car. He is at gunpoint. The police have a gun pointed at him. And the May 25th, 2020 was Officer Lane. They both holster their guns at some point, but there is a shocking interaction between the police and Mr. Floyd. Shocking to Mr. Floyd. That is fairly clear. There is also evidence of drug concealment upon being stopped by the police. basically concealment by ingestion. In other words, that he was eating and otherwise hiding drugs. On the May 25th, there is evidence of that from a white object of some sort being seen in a photograph from a video grab. There is a pill in the backseat of the squad that he was ultimately taken to and through, which has Mr. Floyd's DNA and saliva, both, in the back of Squad 320. Toxicology results showing fentanyl, which is, as we all know, a powerful opiate, and methamphetamine. The defense theory is part of the drug toxicity is what contributed to his death. So how is May 6th, 2019 relevant to that? Well, there are certain things that are not relevant. Mr. Floyd's emotional behavior is not relevant to cause of death once he is pulled out of the squad car. His statements, while they are very similar to what was said on May 25th, don't really establish anything other than perhaps his mental state. And as I think the state correctly notes in its memo from yesterday on page 3, Mr. Floyd's internal motivations on May 25th are immaterial. Whether he was genuinely anxious, claustrophobic, or suffering a panic attack, or whether he was malingering, is of no consequence. He was exhibiting certain behaviors which are evident on both videotapes, both May 6th, 2019 and May 25th, 2020. But they were the behaviors, regardless of their source, regardless of their motivation, whether they were due to anxiety or due to malingering, doesn't matter, because it is the behavior that the officers in both cases were required to deal with. The behavior is remarkably similar in reviewing the tapes. However, that does not make the emotional behavior of Mr. Floyd admissible. Accordingly, that part of May 6, 2019 is not admissible. Generally, what he is saying up until the time he talks to a paramedic is not admissible. Nor the fact that the officers said this was part of a narcotics investigation and they suspected Mr. Floyd of dealing drugs. Not relevant. Not admissible. The only thing that is relevant, again, we have to keep in mind, for cause of death. Any other purpose for which this is offered is not relevant and is unduly prejudicial and outweighs the probative value. But as to the point of cause of death and medical condition, May 6th is relevant. There is a modus operandi to conceal drugs in part by ingesting them, but also doing so in a very stressful circumstance. That is, being pulled out of a car at gunpoint and handcuffed. And so, what is relevant in the May 6, 2019 case that goes to cause of death or medical condition is essentially the video of the body-worn camera would be admissible from the time that the one officer approaches Mr. Floyd on the passenger side of the vehicle, the subsequent behavior with regard to eating drugs or not, his delay in complying. Again, when we get into resisting or complying, I don't think that is of any consequence. It is delaying in compliance, allowing him to ingest drugs, but more importantly, that heightens the stress on everyone, but most importantly on Mr. Floyd. Being pulled out of a car at gunpoint, I am sure, caused him great stress and was a very shocking incident. The only reason we know that this is relevant to cause of death and is probative is that subsequent to taking drugs while being encountered by police, similar to May 25th of 2020, Mr. Floyd was checked out by a paramedic. Everything leading up to that conversation with the paramedic is not admissible beyond that initial video up until the time Mr. Floyd is out of the car. Even the videotape, the body-worn camera, which I think was actually just placed on a table, of the paramedic's conversation with Mr. Floyd is also not admissible because it does contain some of the emotional behavior which is not admissible. But the paramedic can testify as to that this person was called to the scene to examine Mr. Floyd, to treat Mr. Floyd, and in doing so, he made certain statements which would be admissible as statements made for the purpose of medical diagnosis, specifically how much drugs, what kind of drugs, and the timing of the drugs, when the drugs were taken. Those could be hearsay, but it does fall within the statements for purposes of medical diagnosis. The other statements of Mr. Floyd are not admissible. The examination then discovered, and I don't have the exact numbers, and I didn't have the, I apologize, I don't have the timestamps or the exact, because I reviewed this last week. But it's my understanding that the blood pressure that was found was 216 over 162, or something in that neighborhood. It was over 200 for the systolic and over 160 for the diastolic. And I hope I got those right. But in any case, that's more than just a history of hypertension. It is clear from other records that Mr. Floyd had a history of hypertension. But what this shows, this blood pressure, is that he is now in a hypertensive emergency, such that the paramedic said, you have to go to the hospital because you could have a heart attack or stroke. That statement by the paramedic is not admissible. The reason for that is, as the state said, notice to Mr. Floyd that is not relevant. There's no really reason why he has to be told that. On the other hand, the paramedic can explain her actions in recommending to Mr. Floyd to go to the hospital because I'm sure her training is a blood pressure that high means someone is in a hypertensive emergency, and hypertensive emergency with a blood pressure that high can cause cardiovascular, cardiopulmonary complications. So the paramedic can testify as to why she recommended to Mr. Floyd to go down to the hospital. That does not mean that her video statements to him are admissible. I think it makes more sense for her to explain why she took the action she did. The subsequent treatment at the hospital, and the defense noted that Mr. Floyd was violent or otherwise, none of that is admissible. So what we have here, what I'm going to allow, is a portion of the videotape of the one officer from the time he approaches the car until Mr. Floyd is out of the car and handcuffed. And I apologize, I don't have a timestamp, but it's very clear that there's a shot of the back of his shirt. He's wearing a black shirt. At that point, he's been handcuffed. That's all that would be admissible. The pills that are in the crack of the seat would also, there's a photograph of that would be admissible also as part of that scenario. And then the blood pressure and Mr. Floyd's statements regarding that were made for purpose of that medical diagnosis. The whole point here is we have medical evidence on what happens when Mr. Floyd is faced with virtually the same situation. Confrontation by police at gunpoint, followed by a rapid ingestion of some drugs. We don't know exactly how many, but there was an admission that he had done it at the time of the stop. That is medical evidence. So we don't have the benefit of on-the-scene medical vital signs on May 25th. So the May 6th, 2019 case is relevant only to that extent. Mr. Floyd's emotional behavior, calling out for his mother, all that is not admissible because the emotional behavior in his state of mind is not relevant. The May 6, 2019 evidence is only admissible for the limited purpose of showing what Mr. Floyd's as an example of Mr. Floyd's bodily reaction, his physical symptoms upon being confronted in almost the exact same situation. Now, how does this affect the decision on Dr. Vincent's testimony? Dr. Vincent's report and her testimony would be strictly psychiatric evidence going to the state of mind of George Floyd. As I've said, this is not admissible. It's not by either side. The behavior itself is manifest on the videotape. And I believe the state has one expert who would say, the behavior you see on the videotape is not consistent with a cardiac arrhythmia. Perfectly appropriate opinion based on what they see on the videotape. To go further and say, have a psychiatrist say, this is due to or just consistent with anxiety, hypertension, or not hypertension, anxiety, claustrophobia, panic attack, really is just opining on the state of mind of Mr. Floyd and the mechanism or why he's acting the way he is. If the defense were to attempt to say that he's simply malingering, that would be speculation, and I would not allow that either. Because Dr. Vincent's testimony would go to the state of mind and interpreting the emotional behavior and its cause, that is anxiety, panic attack, claustrophobia, or even PTSD, is not admissible. Having said that, if the state believes that there is something the defense has done to open the door, we can discuss off the record or at least outside the hearing of the jury if the defense has opened the door to Dr. Vincent's testimony. Keep in mind that would be in rebuttal. Keep in mind further that if I allow Dr. Vincent's testimony, then the entirety of the May 6th case would be in because the defense would have a right to confront her opinion by playing the entire videotape of Mr. Floyd's emotional reaction on May 6th. And I think this illustrates both the benefit of motions in limine and the disadvantage of motions in limine. Number one, the benefit is we can try and parse through a lot of these very detailed evidentiary issues before trial so that we are not taking long recesses to discuss and brief while the jury is waiting. And so this is absolutely appropriate that this was dealt with by motion in limine. The disadvantage is we cannot, to every extent, script out this trial. Trials happen in real time, and there is just the true nature of it that things change. So accordingly, let's go with that idea is that if the state feels that the door has been open, we'll have a conference about that and I'll decide. But keeping in mind that if it is open, it's probably open to all the evidence regarding Mr. Floyd's emotional behavior and its evaluation. So that is the court's ruling. We're going to try and get as much of this down into a written memorandum. Over the weekend, Mr. Schaefer and I will be putting in some time to firm this up. But that is the limits that the court will allow. I think this is consistent with the Ness case, which said that it can only be for a limited purpose, and the amount of evidence regarding that limited purpose has to be limited as well to try and keep out as much prejudicial matter as possible. Now, as to the motions for continuance and for change of venue. The purpose of a change of venue is to ensure that the defendant has a fair trial by an impartial jury. The same is true as the basis for the defense's latest motion to continue, with the hope that as time passes, people forget some of the pretrial publicity. Unfortunately, I think the pretrial publicity in this case will continue no matter how long we continue it. Perhaps some of it may, with time, be forgotten by people. And as far as change of venue, I do not think that that would give the defendant any kind of a fair trial beyond what we are doing here today. I don't think there's any place in the state of Minnesota that has not been subjected to extreme amounts of publicity on this case. Change of venue is an option in the rule. when there is extensive pretrial publicity that is prejudicial. And there was prejudicial pretrial publicity, including the latest actions by the city of Minneapolis in settling the case. I'm not questioning whether they could or should settle the case at this time, but the bottom line is when it's reported by the press, it can affect the jury, it can prejudice or taint our jury pool. I'll be very honest, when that was first brought up by the defense, I thought they were overstating. I thought this really won't have an effect. People know it's a different case, different situation. I was a little shocked when we called back all the 9 jurors who had been seated, and 2 said it did move them off of being fair and impartial. We had all accepted them as fair and impartial jurors. 2 of them basically said that they could not be fair and impartial any longer. I was surprised that it had such an effect. That's probably a judicial bias. As a judge, I'm used to, okay, that's not relevant, so I'm just going to put it aside. So it is easy for me as a judge to disregard the fact that the city settled, knowing that it's totally different factors. But I have to remember that that's not the point of view that jurors are coming from. And so 2 said that they could not no longer be fair and impartial. They were stricken. That left us 7. It is important to note that the other 7 did not feel that it was going to change their ability to be fair and impartial. Ultimately, on a motion to continue to ameliorate prejudicial pretrial publicity and continuance or change of venue for those purposes, is to find a fair and impartial jury. We have had 8 full days of voir dire from March 9th through March 18th, and now we're going to continue, hopefully, to select 2 more jurors. We had an initial jury pool of 326 from the random draw on February 1st, based on all the summons jurors who returned questionnaires. We have gone through 95 panel members as of March 18th. 57 have actually been questioned. 22 were excused for cause on the parties' joint motion based on the review of the questionnaires. 16 were excused from the panel by the jury office between February 1st and March 18th after having completed questionnaires due to postponements, ineligibility criteria, for example, no longer resident of Hennepin County, non-citizen, over the age of 70, health-related, etc., but prior to questioning. Of those 57 panel members whom we have actually questioned during the 8 days of voir dire, we have selected 12. Defense has exercised 12 peremptories. The state has exercised 6. And the court excused 27 for cause after individual questioning. I think it's worthy to note that I did give both sides extra peremptories. And people may wonder, how does that help? If I'm not going to change venue and I'm not going to continue the trial. There are jurors who are very clearly incapable of being fair and impartial. Some will come right out and admit it. Those are the easy ones. The court can excuse those when they say, for whatever reason, I cannot be fair and impartial. The next set are those who the court makes a finding that based on the totality of the circumstances cannot be fair and impartial. As I've said a few times during voir dire, just saying the magic words, they can be fair and impartial, does not end the court's inquiry. The court has to consider the totality of circumstances and decide if it has been established that they cannot be fair and impartial. There's a third class of jurors who don't say enough to establish a challenge for cause. Yet there are concerns that they still might harbor certain biases, and maybe it's rarely that they are lying to the court or to the parties. It's usually that they just have not done sufficient introspection, to be honest, and see how their biases affect them. It is for that reason that a peremptory challenge can be made if the parties believe that a person cannot be fair and impartial, that they would be biased against their client, be it the state of Minnesota or the defendant. That's the purpose of peremptory challenges. More were given after the settlement announcement because that would add an added layer of potential prejudicial pretrial publicity. And so to get at that third group, which might have grown in size because of their exposure to the settlement, that's the purpose of giving both sides additional peremptory challenges. To focus on that third group, which although they heard about the settlement, said they could be fair and impartial, but we all, or some, the striking party, had concerns that they could in fact be fair and impartial. And that's an appropriate exercise of peremptory challenges. Obviously, challenges based on race or gender, and that being the reason for the strike, are improper, and we've dealt with those on the various challenges that have been brought. With that, we'll continue with jury selection. We will continue with jury selection in this case and in this county. Accordingly, we'll take a break till 9 o'clock when our first juror is here. So we'll stand in recess until that time. Thank you. right, this is juror 96. Come on up and have a seat right here next to me. And you are juror number 96, correct?
Correct.
All right. A couple things before I turn things over to the attorneys. And first of all, sorry we had to make you come back after yesterday. We try our best to calibrate how many we can get to in a day, but sometimes things are not perfect.
It's not a problem.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to swear you in because all your answers have to be under oath. So if you'd raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
I do.
All right, thank you. Also, we have plexiglass in front of you, between us, plexiglass in front of the attorneys when they ask you questions. I'll continue to keep my mask on. My point being, if you want to remove your mask at any time, feel free to do so. Either because it's more comfortable or to speak more clearly if you think it's necessary. You can take it off at any time. You can also put it back on at any time or just leave it on. Your choice, basically.
Okay.
All right? But in either case, mask or no mask, I'd ask that you pull a little bit, and I think you're there, so that we can hear you nice and clearly. Well, first of all, thank you for filling out the questionnaire. Gave us a lot of good information to start with. And is everything true on that questionnaire?
It is.
Okay. Any changes or additions to that questionnaire?
No.
Okay. And the reason I ask that is because it's been a couple months, and sometimes people, when they reflect on their questionnaire, think, yeah, probably should have put this down, or something I put down was inaccurate, or maybe even an opinion I expressed has evolved. The bottom line being, feel free and comfortable giving a different answer than what's in the questionnaire.
Okay.
All right? You'll find it comes up mostly, the attorneys will ask you specific questions about your questionnaire, and usually what they will do is read it, the question, and your answer, not to be confrontational, but just to refresh your memory as to what you said.
Okay.
All right? Now, the questionnaire also advised you not to read any articles to avoid the media about this case, but we understand that given the large amount of publicity on this case, that inadvertently you might have been exposed to a headline or a news blurb since you filled out the questionnaire to today. Do you recall being exposed to anything specifically?
Yes.
Okay, and what in specific?
The settlement.
Okay, and what details do you remember about the settlement?
It was just one of those ticker things that go across the bottom of a screen on the TV.
The hardest thing to avoid.
Yes.
Okay. How do you think that's going to affect you as being a juror in, it's a different case, but how do you think it'll affect you as a juror in this case?
I don't think it will.
Okay. Do you understand that that's a separate case, civil case, different parties, different legal issues, different laws that apply?
I do.
All right. On a more general, well, let me ask, any other things that you've heard of in the meantime?
I have not.
Okay. Can you put aside, because you did know something about this case, as everybody who's answered the questionnaire knows something, can you put aside everything you've heard outside this courtroom?
I can.
Okay. Because you have to decide it just on the evidence that you hear in court based on the law that I give you. Can you do that?
I can.
Okay. Put aside everything you've heard, but also any opinions you might hold coming into this case.
Yes.
And as you sit here right now, do you feel that you continue to be a fair and impartial juror?
I do.
All right. I'm just looking at part 1, number 10. We asked that specific question, and you said yes, so I just want to see if that had changed.
Yes.
All right. Do you think you're pretty much, despite being exposed to some something about the settlement, you continue to be as impartial as before.
I do.
All right. Did you recognize any witnesses on the list you were given?
I did not.
Okay. Now, we anticipate that the trial is going to be about 4 weeks long, starting on March 29th. And we're pretty confident in that date, so I'm sure not going to be changed. We're not going to move it up either. So, does that work for you as far as timing?
It does.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned something in your questionnaire. If you could tell us what concerns you might have about either the timing or just being on the trial in general.
It's just my father's having a hip surgery at that time.
Okay.
So we're just trying to coordinate between my siblings, family members, and maybe different care facilities how to care for him after the fact.
Okay. Do you think that the rest of your family can cover for it? And
I do.
okay. You also indicated some nervousness about the verdict. I'm going to leave that to the attorneys to talk to you about.
Yes.
But is there anything else that you think we should know before I turn you over to the attorneys?
Yes, I'm requesting some privacy regarding a question on the questionnaire.
I think I marked one myself for that. Yes. And I think that's appropriate.
Okay.
So I will grant you that privacy.
Thank you.
Basically, when we go, we call it an in-camera examination, which is an unfortunate, because most people think that means you're on camera, but it's not. Just a Latin term for more of a private conversation.
Yes.
Your audio will be turned off, so it'll just be us in the courtroom who can hear your audio. The reporters have promised, that are present in the courtroom, have promised not to report out any of the substance of what you're talking about, as if they were not in the courtroom at the time you talked about it. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Nelson. As to juror number 96, Mr. Nelson, you may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here, and again, thank you for your patience yesterday. I would like to ask you, start with some kind of general questions, get to know you a little bit better, and then I'll follow up with some specific questions about your responses on the questionnaire, if that's okay.
Okay.
All right? So, ma'am, let's assume you and I were to meet under much different circumstances, a party or some sort of social or networking event, whatever it may be, and you and I have our first conversation. What are a couple of things that I learn about you during that casual conversation?
I would let you know that I'm a animal lover, specifically dogs. I have a passion for homeless and affordable housing. I would like to get more involved in that area. In Minnesota, I feel like there's a great need for that.
Okay.
I like to take long walks through nature, kind of decompress and relax during that time.
Sure. Okay. Wonderful. You'd obviously heard about this case before filling out this questionnaire, right?
I have.
And when you received the jury summons and you learned that you were a potential juror in this case, what was your initial reaction?
Go big or go home. It's kind of overwhelming. I know it's a high-profile case,
Sure.
so a little concerning.
Sure. And I think you noted in your questionnaire that you had some concerns about the verdict and the kind of consequences of a verdict.
I did.
Do you still have those concerns?
A little bit.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, when you got down to the government center yesterday and you kind of saw the fortifications and things of that nature, did it make you feel any safer?
It feels safe.
Okay. And when you heard yesterday that we're doing whatever we can to kind of protect your anonymity, did that make you feel better?
It's very reassuring.
Okay. And ultimately, at some point, however, your name may be released publicly as a juror in this case, but that wouldn't happen until the court deems it safe to do so. How does that make you feel?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, good. Let me ask you, in terms of your, your concerns, right? There's two possible outcomes, guilty or not guilty. Do you think that your safety would be in jeopardy if one verdict was rendered over the other?
I do not.
You do not?
I do not.
Okay. So your concerns are sort of broad regardless of the verdict.
Correct.
Okay. And your concerns would not sway you or influence you to vote one way versus the other?
They would not.
Okay, fair enough. In your personal or professional life, can you think of a time when you've been called upon to resolve a conflict between two people?
Professionally, yes.
I'm sorry?
Professionally, yes.
Okay. And when you're kind of involved in that situation, how do you approach that? What tools do you bring to the analysis to resolve conflict?
So regarding the profession that I'm in, I would go to one of our staff members, ask them what the situation was, go to our customer, listen to what they have to say, and then I would apply our company policies to resolve the situation.
Okay. Now, obviously, this case involves questions of conflict, and that those conflicts may emerge in various levels. There's the broader conflict, which is the state of Minnesota versus Derek Chauvin, and that's ultimately what you would be tasked with resolving. But in the jury room, you've got 12 jurors. You're one of 12 people who have to ultimately decide this case. And conflict may emerge amongst the jurors. Could you foresee that happening?
I could.
All right. And it may be in various forms, right? It may be over certain pieces of evidence. It may be interpersonal conflicts. People just don't get along. We don't know because we're not going to be there with you. But generally speaking, let's assume that in the jury room there's conflict between how to interpret evidence or various, a single piece of evidence or various pieces of evidence, and you have two groups, and you haven't made up your mind yet, right? And you are looking at these two groups and the conflict over how to interpret that evidence. How do you approach that situation in those circumstances?
I would allow the courtesy of both sides to reply, to give their opinions, maybe back up the facts how they see it. If it's getting out of control, I feel like I am good at de-escalation things, and just try to have both sides come together for a resolution.
Okay. Do you think it changes the analysis if you're involved in the conflict, meaning you've already made up your mind and you're on one side and there's a group on the other? How do you think it changes if you are a part of the conflict as opposed to observing the conflict?
I would like the opportunity to give my opinion and my side of things. I'm also willing to listen to their point of view and together come to a resolution.
Okay. And do you think that you're the type of person who's going to simply agree with another person just to get it over with or to build consensus?
I do not.
Okay. So you'd be willing to kind of stand your ground if you think something is important?
Correct.
Okay. Again, whether it be in your personal or professional life, have you encountered a situation where you've been asked or trying to figure out if someone is lying about something?
If somebody what?
Is lying about something?
Yes.
Okay. How do you kind of process that? How do you analyze and try to determine if someone is lying to you?
Maybe re-examine the situation, ask more questions, see if the answers are consistently the same or if they would change.
Okay. Do you think that two people can observe a situation, observe it differently, and both be telling the truth, even though their stories may be different?
I do. I feel like people have two different points of view on the same situation.
Right. What types of things may impact someone's perception of events?
What they feel happened, what they saw, might not always be the full case of it.
Do you think that people's past experiences impact how they perceive events as they occur?
They may.
Okay. Do you think people's training or education or professional experience impact how they may perceive an event?
Sometimes I feel like it could.
Okay. Do you take that into consideration when determining someone's past experiences or their training to determine whether they're going to be more truthful about something?
Possibly.
Okay. Can you think of a situation in your life where you were 100% certain that something happened, or 100% certain of some fact, only later to be shown that you were wrong?
I have.
Okay. And how do you deal with that when you've been proven wrong, so to speak?
I like to take a step back, re-examine the situation, admit that I was at fault. I would go to that person and apologize.
Okay.
I have no problem admitting my faults.
Okay. Now, ultimately, your job, as you understand, is as a juror, is to hear the evidence that's presented in court. Can you base your decision exclusively on the evidence as it's presented in court,
I can.
regardless of what you may have heard or believed about this situation before court?
Yes.
And ultimately, at the end of the case, the judge will give you the law, right? You're the judge of the facts, the judge is the judge of the law. The judge will tell you what law applies in this case. And you may read that law and you may go, I disagree. I think this law is wrong, whether it's from a moral standpoint or you just think the judge messed it up. Can you apply the law as the judge gives it to you, even if you think it's wrong or should be changed?
I can.
Great. So I want to follow up. Thank you very much for your responses, ma'am. I want to follow up with some questions that I have on your questionnaire. You were asked a series of questions, or there's a series of references to a video. And I want to make sure what video we're talking about, because several have been released publicly. There is one video that was a bystander took a video of the arrest of Mr. Floyd. That video sort of went viral and became news, right? And then there were body camera footage from the officers that were released, as well as some surveillance and security cameras from their neighborhood businesses. Which of the videos do you think you've seen?
I've seen the bystander video.
Okay. Now, and when you say in your questionnaire, I think you say you've seen it 2 or 3 times. There's what we would refer to as kind of a longer video, a full-length video, and then the media has taken clips from that video and put it on the news. Have you gone and watched the full-length video?
Just the short version on the news.
Okay. So your exposure to the video has been only what you've seen in the media in various length of clips?
Correct.
Okay. And you were then asked to kind of detail and document what you knew about the case, or what you believed to be about the information you had about the case, let's say that. And you wrote a paragraph, talking about Mr. Floyd using a counterfeit bill. The police were called. Police ultimately respond. And then you wrote, several bystanders expressed their concerns, asking officers to get off him, and when officers continued their restraints, they began videotaping the incident. And you wrote, this restraint ultimately was responsible for Mr. Floyd's demise. Is that something that you have information about? How have you concluded that the restraint is what was the cause of Mr. Floyd's death?
I guess I assumed it was the cause.
Okay.
It's not based on anything else other than the video.
Okay. So you watched the video and you made some assumptions about that restraint and the use of that restraint, and ultimately we know that Mr. Floyd is deceased, and so you just kind of 1 + 1 = 2 analysis, or was your opinion influenced by what you heard in the media?
No, it's just my opinion based on the video.
Okay. If you were to hear, ultimately, one of the things the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt is what was the cause of Mr. Floyd's death. And you're going to, in all likelihood, hear differing medical testimony about what the cause of death was. Can you set aside your assumptions or opinions that you had formed beforehand, apply the presumption of innocence, listen to the evidence, and make a decision based on the evidence as it's presented in court?
I can, because I feel like the video may not show the entirety of the situation of what happened. It's a snippet of what happened. I don't know what happened before, and I don't really know what happened after.
Okay, fair enough. Now, I know when you filled out this questionnaire, there were questions as it pertains to all four officers that were involved in this situation, and we're only here today for Mr. Chauvin's trial. So there's a little bit of a difference in your response. I wanted to ask you, you were asked to state your general impression of the defendants generally. You wrote other, or you checked the box other, and you wrote, I have different impressions for each individual defendant. I do not view them all the same. So can you just explain what you meant by that, only as it pertains to Mr. Chauvin? How would you view Mr. Chauvin in relation to the others?
I feel like he took a different role in the situation versus the other officers.
How do you mean?
More like the leader.
Okay. And do you assign him more blame as a result of that role?
I do not.
You do not?
I do not.
Okay. You just view that he was perhaps a superior or senior officer on the scene, and that's it?
Yes.
Okay. Versus other officers who may have been newer to the force, younger, less experienced?
Correct.
And that opinion of Mr. Chauvin, would you describe just your opinion of Mr. Chauvin, if you were to say very negative, somewhat negative, neutral, somewhat positive, or very positive, what would it be?
Since I don't know him, I would base it off the video that I saw, and I would say somewhat negative.
Okay, and that's fair. Again, everyone's entitled to their opinions, and we're just trying to see if you're the right juror for this case. So in that regard, if it's somewhat negative, again, can you set that opinion aside, apply the presumption of innocence, and decide the case based on the evidence in trial?
I could.
You were asked your general impression of Mr. Floyd, and you checked the neutral box, and you wrote, I do not judge people because I do not know their circumstances, background, or upbringing. Why do you think that background or upbringing may be relevant to your analysis of Mr. Floyd?
I just know that people can form certain opinions based on media or whatever they heard. I don't know him, so therefore I would not base an opinion about him until I actually met him or knew him.
Okay. And whether you do or don't hear any information about his circumstances, background, or upbringing, again, can you judge this case in a fair and impartial manner?
I could.
Okay. You were asked if you had ever talked about George Floyd's death with family, friends, or coworkers, or discussed it online, for example, on social media. You checked the box yes. Let me parse that out. Have you ever expressed an opinion on social media relevant to this case?
I do not use social media.
Fair enough. But in terms of your conversations with friends, family, or coworkers, you wrote that you expressed sadness that a person's life was lost over a counterfeit $20 bill and that it should have happened differently. Can you explain that a little bit more?
I don't know if the allegations were ever proved that it was a counterfeit $20 bill. I was hoping that that wasn't the case. Like I said, I don't know what happened prior, if there was some type of altercation or not that caused the end result or not.
Okay. Now, I guess I'm curious about your statement that it should have happened differently. What do you mean by that?
I guess because I wasn't there, and I feel like videos only show a certain portion of the incident. Maybe there could have been a different outcome.
Okay. So, I mean, it's fair to say that you're not a police officer, right?
Correct.
And I'm not trying to be glib, obviously. And one of the subjects that may be of contest or conflict in this trial is the process of police training, the use of force, things of that nature. Are you open to the proposition that what happened properly?
I am.
You were asked if you believe your community was negatively or positively affected by any of the protests that have taken place in the Twin Cities after Mr. Floyd's death, and you wrote positively if protests are peacefully done. Can you just explain, what do you mean by peacefully done? What do you mean by protests?
I feel like everybody has a right to protest. I feel it's a way to get the word out, attention to issues that people are concerned about, and I think it has a positive impact in our and for our society.
Okay, good. There were a series of these kind of broad statements, and you were asked to rank your opinion on these statements from strongly agree to strongly disagree. Do you remember that exercise generally?
I do. I don't remember the exact questions.
Understood, and it's been a while since you filled it out. So I just want to read a few of them to you and ask you to kind of expand or explain your logic and thinking about these statements. Would that be okay?
Okay.
And again, if you ever need me to reread them or, just let me know, okay?
Okay.
The first statement is discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be. And you somewhat disagreed with that notion. So can you explain why you would disagree with the notion that discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be?
Sometimes I feel like the media goes for certain stories, I guess, that would bring headlines that grabs the people's attentions. So the only discrimination that I'm aware of is what I hear or read or see on the news.
Right. Okay. And so there may be stories that sensationalize certain discriminatory acts, but you acknowledge that discrimination does occur. Is that another way of saying that?
Yes.
Because the next question is, blacks and other minorities do not receive equal treatment as whites in the criminal justice system, and you somewhat agreed with that.
I do.
Okay. You were asked to rank your opinion on the statement, police in my community make me feel safe, and you strongly agreed with that proposition.
I do, yes.
And likewise, there is a statement that reads, I do not trust the police, and you strongly disagreed with that proposition.
Correct. From my experience, I've had no issues with law enforcement.
Okay. And so you're basing that on somewhat of your personal experience with law enforcement?
Yes.
And when we talk about police, are you inclined to believe the testimony of a police officer over that of any other observer or standby or bystander citizen simply by virtue of the fact that they're a police officer?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Is there some circumstances where you would believe a police officer over a civilian witness? Just again because they're a police officer?
Not because they're a police officer, no.
Okay. but would it be fair to say that there may be areas where their training is relevant and that a bystander might not know about that training?
Correct, yes.
You were asked a couple of questions about both Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter, and your response to both were somewhat favorable. With respect to Black Lives Matter, you wrote, "I believe they have a right to express themselves and stand up for what they say is wrong within their communities and ask for change." Can you explain, how familiar are you with Black Lives Matter, and do you participate or donate money or any of that nature?
I don't participate. I don't know a lot about their organization as a whole. I feel like their cause is to protect Black lives and bring their issues to light.
Okay.
And I believe they have a right to do that.
Likewise, with respect to Blue Lives Matter, you wrote, "I support all public servants and believe they play an important role within our society." Similar kind of sentiment with respect to police officers?
I do. I feel like we need law enforcement.
And have you participated in any sort of rallies or anything, or donated any money to those types of causes?
I have not.
Now, I know that you indicated in your questionnaire that your employer or your place of employment was damaged during the looting and rioting that happened. Was that correct?
It was, yes.
Okay. And again, without identifying where you specifically work, was your employer, it's in a more suburban location?
Yes.
And based on the nature, it was sort of an opportunity. It wasn't in the middle of the 3rd precinct, in other words.
Correct.
And if we remember, there was a lot of protesting and rioting kind of centered around the 3rd and 5th precincts, but there were these various incidents that happened further away from that area, right?
Correct.
And so the place where you work was vandalized. Did you, as a result of that, did you end up losing time off of work, or did you have to take time off of work, or did it increase the amount of work you had to do?
We had to close our business a little bit longer. I believe it was 7 days.
Okay. Kind of do some repairs, get some stuff back in place, and reopen?
Correct. Find out what was taking.
Okay. Is there anything about that would have any sort of impact on your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
It does not, because I believe that it was not due to protests. It was through the rioting, and I just believe that people took an opportunity to break in.
Okay. I have a few questions. You requested some private conversation, and I do think it's important that we have that conversation. Again, not trying to pry, but with the court's permission, I'd ask for...
Actually, if we could do a sidebar.
All right. We are going to go to a true in-camera examination, which means I'm going to ask spectators to step out into the hallway just for a moment regarding this issue, and we'll go off audio as far as the broadcast, and we'll call you back in as soon as we're back on audio. Spectators can come back in, and we are back on audio. Right. All right, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am. Just a few follow-up questions in terms of your questionnaire. You had indicated at the beginning of our conversation that you were very interested in kind of homelessness and the homeless problem here in the Twin Cities, and wanted to be more involved in some advocacy work in that regard. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you understand that this case involves the Minneapolis Police Department and actions of the Minneapolis Police Department. I know that over the course of the last several months there have been a lot of stories about homeless encampments here in the Twin Cities being pulled apart by the Minneapolis Police Department. Do you harbor resentment against the Minneapolis Police Department for their handling of the homeless situation here in Minneapolis?
I do not.
You were asked about your ability to evaluate graphic photographs, and you wrote slightly difficult, but you feel you could do it.
I feel like I can do it.
Okay. So if you were to be exposed to various autopsy or medical pictures, you would be able to kind of get past that and examine those.
I could.
Okay. Lastly, ma'am, you were asked a series of questions about whether you want to serve as a juror on this case, and you wrote that you were not sure, and because it is a high-profile case, that comes with a lot of responsibility. You're nervous about the verdict and the reaction of the public, protesters, rioters, inciting violence, damage, and destruction all over again. So I appreciate your concerns, and we've talked a lot about that at the beginning. Describe what you see as your responsibility here in this case.
Well, based on to be fair and impartial, based on the evidence that's presented in court, I know the public would not be privy to that information, so they might not understand everything or understand why the verdict was the way it was. I feel people have very, very strong opinions on both sides. So no matter what, I feel like not everyone's going to be happy. So.
And again, you feel you can be fair and impartial in this case?
I do.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, we'll pass for cause.
Mr. Slusher.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Juror 96. Just following up on the questions relating to your work and advocacy for homelessness, can you just tell me a little bit about why you became involved in that particular effort.
I've volunteered in homeless shelters before. I would like to get more involved in being more of a solution for the affordable housing. I feel like a lot of people can't afford housing in the state of Minnesota.
So noticed, again, without naming your employer, you do some work, I guess it'd be in a customer service related industry, is that right?
I do.
And that's full-time work?
I recently resigned from that position a week and a half ago.
Okay. Are you between jobs right now?
I am.
Okay. On the questionnaire, you indicated a strong disagreement with the statement that Minneapolis police officers are more likely to respond with force when confronting black suspects than when dealing with white suspects. Do you remember giving that response?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about why you hold that opinion? What experiences have you seen of people and how the police have treated them?
I stated that I do not believe that.
That's right.
Right, okay.
Yep.
I have never seen it myself personally. I feel like it depends on the situation.
And how so?
Whatever situation, how the person reacts, I feel like the police need to react.
And so the treatment, the way the police treats, in your opinion, a suspect, for example, would depend on the suspect's treatment of the police officer.
Yes, it would depend on their actions.
And so, some people would say if you cooperate with the police, you really would have nothing to fear in terms of police treatment of you. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes.
And conversely, if you don't cooperate with the police, then maybe you should expect to be treated more harshly. Would you agree with that statement as well?
Well, maybe different steps need to be taken.
How so?
I don't know to what extent. It depends again on the individual situation. If you're asked to be in comply and you don't comply, something needs to happen to resolve the situation. So I'm not sure what those additional steps would entail.
Would you go as far as to say that if you resist the police or don't cooperate with the police and you get harmed as a result, you kind of get what you have coming to you?
I don't know if I would say harmed is necessarily the correct way to put it.
How would you say it?
I don't know. It depends on the situation. I don't know. If you're not listening to what the commands are, obviously something else needs to happen to resolve the situation. So I don't know how far the steps would go. It would depend on what the situation is.
What do you think you would like to know about the situation to help justify or not justify a police officer's treatment of a particular subject?
Well, you'd have to know the whole story. If it's referring to this incident, I'm sure something happened before somebody started videoing the incident. I don't know what that was. So I don't know if the proper procedures were taking place or not.
And it sounds like you assume that there would be some procedures and training that an officer should be able to rely upon to know how to deal with circumstances?
I do.
Would it be important for you to know, what those policies and procedures were?
I believe so.
And whether or not they were followed?
Yes.
You indicated you agree that police in this country treat blacks and whites equally. You recall that response?
I do.
Can you tell me what you're basing that on?
My personal experience. I've seen incidences where the police and minorities were involved, and I didn't see them treat them any differently than anybody else.
Have you had conversations with any friends of yours who maybe have shared their experiences on how they were treated by the police versus how someone else may have been treated?
No.
Yet despite that, you indicated that you believe that the criminal justice system is biased against racial and ethnic minorities. You somewhat agree with that proposition. Can you explain that answer a little bit?
I guess I base that more on an economic standpoint of view. I guess I feel like if you can hire a lawyer, you have a better chance of getting a fair trial, or versus if you can't, if you don't have the funds.
And you see that as an economic disparity, but you're relating it to a racial and ethnic disparity as well. Is that right?
In a way, I guess. Yes.
Why is that?
I just feel like, from what I've seen, like in the news, and I just feel like you have a better chance of proving your case if you have a private lawyer versus public defenders, I guess.
In a question related to the criminal justice system, you indicated that you believe the criminal justice system works most of the time, but you talked about innocent people who've been convicted of crimes they didn't commit. You recall that response?
Sometimes, you see on the news that people have convicted and years later it comes out to be not the case.
In the response to the question regarding knowledge of the case, you indicated while being restrained, George Floyd became distressed, stating he couldn't breathe. Do you recall describing that?
Yes, that's what, from seeing the video, that's kind of what I got from the video.
Do you think that if, in your opinion, if someone actually can't breathe, would they be able to say they couldn't breathe? Yes, Your Honor. Do you have any medical knowledge or training?
I do not.
I need just to ask you a question generally. Do you have any reason to believe or disbelieve that if someone were not able to breathe, that they'd be able to speak?
I believe they could speak if they were breathing.
Could you explain that a little bit more?
Well, or I should put it this way, if you're not breathing, obviously you're not going to be able to speak.
Okay. And if you could speak, do you think that means that you can breathe?
It would depend on the circumstance. I think if you can speak somewhat, you're breathing somewhat.
Yep. If I may have a moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, we'll pass for cause.
Juror 96. You'll be on this jury. And so we're going to have you come back on March 29th. We expect it'll be 4 weeks long. We will be in touch to remind you, if nothing else, but we're pretty firm on the date. There might be other logistical things that we have to impart to you, so make sure you answer any emails or phone calls from the jury office or from the court in general. And the deputy will take some paperwork from you, but keep that letter that got you into the government center this morning.
Okay.
Okay, and bring that with you next time.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for the privacy.
You bet. Council, I think next is a group. I'm going to do the group advisory, but then send everybody back, take a break, and I want to meet with council and chambers at the break. And if you could bring your notes for the afternoon jurors with you, that'd be good. And everybody can come back to chambers. All right, let's get our group. Let me talk to the lawyers about this. Now bring your notes, but there's also a development here that we need to talk about. All right, just for the record, we did have a chance to meet in chambers to discuss some of our upcoming jurors, and we have agreed by stipulation of the parties, numbers 101, 106, and 107 will be excused for cause. Juror number 102 was excused last night by the jury office. That person is no longer a Hennepin County resident and is thus ineligible. That leaves us 3 people, 2 that will do the group advisory and instructions and try and get through them before lunch. But as is often our habit, maybe continued after lunch for one. But in any case, since we would only have one on for the afternoon, jury office is trying to contact an additional 2 jurors to be essentially on standby to come in if they are able. They were not told last night that that this was their day to come in, so it's more of a see if it's possible so that we can fill up our afternoon if necessary. So, and we don't know the answer to that. I'll advise counsel as soon as possible. So with that, if we can bring in the next group of jurors. That's what I thought. Seat anywhere? And you can be seated. Good morning. First of all, can you hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Excellent. We have hearing assistance devices if you could not hear me. So, in any case, my name is Pete Cahill, and I'm one of the judges of the district court, and you have been summoned as potential jurors in the case of State of Minnesota versus Derek Chauvin, which is a criminal case related to the death of George Floyd on May 25th, 2020. A person charged with a crime has a right to a fair trial before an impartial judge and an impartial jury. In order to make sure the jurors who are selected are impartial, the law provides that the court and the attorneys for the parties may ask questions to the jurors. Those questions must be answered under oath. Now, first, thank you for filling out the questionnaire and mailing it back to us. That gives us a lot of good information to start this jury selection process. Your contribution to the important and serious matter at hand is best served by continuing to provide full and complete answers to the questions that you'll be asked today. Those questions will follow up on issues from the questionnaire and possibly other topics. Now, after the questioning is over, the attorneys will have the right to excuse some of you from service on this jury, and I may excuse others for cause. In either case, it does not mean that you are not a fair and impartial person, and so I ask that you not take any offense in being excused. Also ask that you not take any offense in any question that you may be asked. We must pry to some extent in order to explore some opinions you might hold and hear about experiences that you have had that might affect your ability to serve in this case. The defendant, Mr. Chauvin, has been charged with murder in the second degree and manslaughter in the second degree. Now, in the normal course of a trial, charges might be added or subtracted from those charges, but those are the charges as it stands today. To the charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which is a denial of each and every material allegation in the charges. I'm now going to have the participants in the case introduce themselves in order so that we can find out if you have any kind of relationship with them, a friendship, acquaintance, or a professional relationship. First, for the state.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Steve Swisher and I represent the state of Minnesota.
Hello, my name is Christina Marinakis and I'm assisting with the prosecution. Good morning, Erin Eldridge for the state of Minnesota.
And Mr. Nelson, if you'd introduce your client.
Good morning. My name is Eric Nelson. Along with co-counsel Amy Ross, we represent the defendant.
Do either of our jurors know anybody in the room? If so, raise your hand. Okay. Anyone in the room know anybody who works for the Minnesota Attorney General's office? Because there might be other attorneys who might be appearing in the trial itself, including Assistant Attorney General Matthew Frank, Attorney General Keith Ellison, Mr. Jerry Blackwell, or anybody else in the Attorney General's office that anyone recognizes. Okay. Now, you've been given a copy, excuse me, you have been given a copy of a list of potential witnesses. Please review it before you are questioned individually if you have not done so already. You'll be asked if you know anybody on that list. Now, one of the things the attorneys may not do in jury selection is to instruct you on the law. But I do want you to be aware of some of the basic concepts that apply in every criminal case so that you may keep them in mind as you answer the court's and the attorney's questions. So I will instruct you as follows. First, the charges against the defendant are not evidence and they create no inference of guilt. No member of the jury should in any way permit himself or herself to be prejudiced against the defendant because a charge has been made against him or because he has been placed on trial. The defendant is presumed innocent of the charges made against him, and in order for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial unless and until he has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt according to the law and the evidence admitted at trial. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It does not mean a fanciful or capricious doubt, nor does it mean beyond all possibility of doubt. If you serve on this jury, you and your fellow jurors will be the sole judges of whether a witness is to be believed and of the weight to be given a witness's testimony. There are no hard and fast rules to guide you in this respect, but in determining believability and weight of testimony, jurors may take into consideration the witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, their relationship to the parties, their ability and opportunity to know, remember, and relate the facts, their manner, their age and experience, their frankness and sincerity or the lack thereof, the reasonableness or the unreasonableness of their testimony in light of all the other evidence in the case, and any other factors that bear on believability and weight. If on this jury you should in the last analysis rely upon your own experience, good judgment, and common sense. Now, there are certain things you should not do during jury selection. You are not investigators. You are not to go out to do any looking, and you are not to speak to anyone about this matter. You are not to use the internet to look for information about this case or about the law. Above all, you must not talk to anyone who is involved, the lawyers or the witnesses. Do not be offended if the attorneys, parties, witnesses, or spectators do not speak to you. They know it would be improper to contact you during the trial, and so they will, except for the normal jury selection process, and they will confine themselves to a brief greeting. Now, during the selection process, your family and friends will be curious as to what you are doing. You may tell them that you are on a panel of potential jurors in a criminal case, and that is all you should tell them. Since that is all you should tell family and friends, that is all you should tell the general public. So, please, during these proceedings, refrain from using Facebook, Twitter, or other social media to announce that you are a potential juror or to comment on this trial. You may access such social media tools, except for the news feeds that you might have, but please do not publish any information about the case or your thoughts about the case. You do not have to stay away from people and refuse to speak to them. Do whatever you wish, but do not talk about the case and do not talk at all to anyone involved in it. Because of the nature of the charges, this case is receiving media coverage. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or online. Do not listen to news about it on radio or television, for that matter, in any media. This trial, including jury selection, is being televised, but no video of you or any other juror will be taken at any time, now or during trial if you are selected. Also, your name will not be used in the courtroom. You will only be referred to by your random number to protect your privacy. The audio of anything you say will be broadcast unless we need to discuss something that is deeply personal, extremely sensitive, or embarrassing, or likely to specifically identify you. In those cases, I will specifically order that the audio not be broadcast. In that case, you will still have to answer questions on the record, but without audio or video broadcast outside this courtroom. Now, juror number 99, if you could remain, and we'll start with individual questioning with you. Juror number 103, if you could follow the deputy back to the other courtroom. Okay, juror number 99, if you could come on up to the seat here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Before we start, a couple things. I'm going to swear you in so that all your answers are under oath. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
Yes.
All right. You have plexiglass in front of you. We have plexiglass between us. I'll continue to wear a mask. Attorneys also have plexiglass in front of them. We have a lot of precautions which will permit you, if you wish, to take off your mask. Whether you wear it or not is totally up to you. But in either case, mask on or mask off, if you could make sure you're close enough to the microphone so that we can hear you clearly. First of all, thank you for filling out that questionnaire. It was very helpful to get us good information to start with. Was everything true on the questionnaire?
Yes.
Any changes or additions to the questionnaire?
No.
All right. When the lawyers are asking you questions, they might focus on specific questions. And since it was a few months ago, they'll probably read you the question and your answer. Not to be confrontational, but just to refresh your memory about what you said. Because it's been a few months, we find that people want to add things that they forgot to put in there or correct things that were inaccurate. Or even maybe an opinion has changed or evolved. And so the bottom line being, we'd like you to feel comfortable giving an answer that's different from the questionnaire. The only requirement, of course, is that it be truthful and honest. But feel free for it to be different from what's in the questionnaire. You weren't supposed to read any articles or watch any media about this case, but we understand it's been a couple months since you filled out the questionnaire. And given the amount of coverage of this case, you inadvertently might have been exposed to some news, either about this case or related cases, pretrial matters, anything that you can recall that you've been exposed to in the meantime. between the questionnaire and today?
Yes, the settlement.
Okay,
27.
what do you recall of the settlement?
I just saw, on the news, the 27 million settlement that the Floyd family got.
Okay. And how do you think that would affect your decision here, if at all?
Not at all.
Okay, and let me be a little more specific. Question 10 in part 1 was basically, can you be fair and impartial? And at the time you filled out your questionnaire, your answer was yes. Do you think hearing news of that settlement may have moved the needle, so to speak, moved you a little off being impartial at all?
I would think I'm more partial now.
Okay, and to which direction?
Of the case,
Yeah.
I would think he's not guilty.
Okay, from the settlement? Okay. So if you're in the middle, that might push you the other way, towards not guilty?
Correct.
Okay. I do note that you've got in your background, you've worked with the police department at South Lake Minnetonka or
Correct.
something out in the western suburbs. I can't recall exactly which one. Do you think that relationship, having worked there, and obviously it gave you favorable opinions about the police, do you think that would also kind of maybe move the needle a little bit?
Yeah.
So I'm sure it was an honest answer at the time you filled out the questionnaire. Now as you sit here today, do you think you can be fair and impartial?
I don't think it. I already have my opinion on it. I think it's.
And is it pretty well entrenched about it?
Yeah, I want to see the facts and evidence. I think there's a lot out there that we don't know, and the media
Okay.
puts out a lot of information that. So I'm pretty sure I'm partial.
Okay. And it would be hard for you to put aside
Correct.
the
Yeah.
opinions you have. All right, I'm going to excuse you from this panel and from jury service actually completely. You don't have to worry about being called back
Okay.
on another case. All right, thank you. Juror 103. Can I have a seat up here? Good morning.
Good morning.
You are juror 103, is that correct?
103.
All right. Before I turn the questioning over to the attorneys, a couple of matters. First of all, I'm going to swear you in so that all your answers are under oath. So if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Now, we have plexiglass between us. I have also plexiglass in front of you and in front of the attorneys. I'll continue to wear a mask. The bottom line being, you can remove your mask if you would prefer, either for comfort or to be heard more clearly. That would work just fine.
Okay.
If you feel you want to put it back on at any time, nobody would be insulted by that, so feel free to do that as you feel appropriate. As regards the questionnaire, thank you for filling out the questionnaire. Gave us a lot of good information to start, and we appreciate you taking the time to do that. First of all, was anything true on the questionnaire?
Yeah, it's all true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and the reason we ask is because sometimes when a couple months have passed, some of the information you might, on reflection, realize, that wasn't quite accurate, I should probably add this, or something may be inaccurate, I need to change that.
Yeah, so something has occurred, and it may be an answer to one of the follow-up questions, but I have my own company,
Correct.
business that I'm building, and we did get commitment for investment, so now I'm accountable to do the work.
Okay.
So that sort of ties me up relative to when I had filled out that form.
Okay, is that the government grant you were talking about?
Yeah.
Okay,
So it's not government grant, it's private investment.
okay. Tell me about the commitment. Is it time sensitive, and is it full-time? What's the essential commitment there?
Yeah, it's at least half-time to full-time, and the clock starts, there's interest rates involved, and so we have to kind of accomplish what we have planned.
Okay, is there a deadline to get everything done?
Yeah, there's a plan
Okay.
where there's deliverables at milestones, which
Okay.
have dates associated with them.
And is there a financial penalty if you don't make it?
Yeah, there's there's financial penalty. Yeah.
And you're, without saying what company you work for or the nature of it, is it just you, or do you have a small firm, large firm?
I'm the primary person, so I'm one of the. It won't make much progress if I'm not there.
All right. So there are certain things you cannot delegate on this, is what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think you could realistically sit through for March 29th for 4 weeks and give this case your full attention?
I think it'll be very difficult to do that.
Okay, and tell me a little bit more about that. Like, would you be trying to work full-time after jury duty, or?
Yeah, and coordinating with the rest of the team becomes more difficult. So we expect the case to be for 1 month
Yes,
or more.
possibly more. As you've already seen, we occasionally run into delays or
Yeah.
things going longer than we thought.
I think it'll be tight. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me go back to something else that's in your questionnaire. One of the questions is, can you remain fair and impartial? It's part 1, question 10. And your answer was, I can try. And we appreciate people's willingness to try. The question becomes, can you really do that? Do you think you can? Because we hate to put you into the binary situation of yes or no. I can try is an honest answer, but unfortunately we have to press you. And given the type of case we have, do you think you can, or do you think there's a significant enough danger that this is not the case for you to sit on?
I know I had a very strong emotional reaction to observing that video.
Okay.
So I don't know if that is prejudice or not.
Well, and let me follow up a little bit. One of the things, everybody has heard and seen things about this case. And we not only request, but we require that if you're on the jury, you have to put it aside, your feelings, opinions you may have formed, and decide this case objectively just on the facts, the evidence you hear in court, and put aside everything you've heard. Some of it you might actually be, you might actually see in court, but we don't know that because we don't know what all exactly you've seen. Do you realistically believe that you could dispassionately put all that aside and decide the case without being partial one way or the other?
I don't know.
Okay. You stated it was kind of an emotional reaction, which, and I'm not trying to embarrass you. You seem to be getting a little emotional.
No,
even
it's
now.
okay. Yeah.
And as a juror, we hope that you can remain objective and kind of keep an emotional distance and be objective about it. I think given your area of expertise, you understand the need for expertise or for objectivity. Could you do that? And let me say one more thing. We put you in a tough position because you don't know exactly what all you're going to see. I mean, the questionnaire did ask you about, graphic photographs and video, and if your reaction is such that you cannot put it aside, that's fine. We all come in here with different situations in our life, and so it's not a failure to say if you can't. But it's also not a failure if you say, yeah, no, I can do it. I not only will try, but I can do it. So where do you think? And you can tell me whatever you want on that topic.
I just think this case is so I can't say with confidence that I'll be able to. I think this case just is, there's so many factors that played into it, and it was so close to home, like where we live and all, that I just feel like I don't want to be associated with it. It's just
Is it too much?
yeah, it's yeah, I think it's too much. Yeah, it's yeah. This is my first time in jury duty ever.
Okay.
And, yeah.
No, I absolutely understand. Mr. Nelson or Mr. Slisher, do you have any questions? All right.
Okay.
I'm going to excuse you from this
Thank you.
case. Thank you, though, for coming in and being honest about where we're at. Okay?
No problem.
Would you tell Pam that we definitely want for all three if we can? All right. I don't think we have an answer from the jury office, but we're going to try and get 3 in for this afternoon if possible.
We've got 110.
Oh, 110?
110 is coming.
Okay. So let's come back at 1:30 if we've got one at 110. Or juror number 110 will be here at 1 o'clock.
And 109.
Okay. We've got both.
So we have 2 right now.
Okay, so we've added one. We have 109 and 110. And we're trying for the next one. I don't know if is that 111 or 112?
111.
111? Okay. We're working on 111. We'll have at least 2 for this afternoon, but they won't be here till 1. So let's reconvene at 1:15. All right, let's bring our jurors in. All right, take a seat anywhere, please. All right. And be seated, please. All right, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, can you all hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Excellent. Well, my name is Pete Cahill, and I'm one of the judges of the District Court, and you have been summoned as potential jurors in the case of State of Minnesota versus Derek Chauvin, which is a criminal case related to the death of George Floyd on May 25th, 2020. A person charged with a crime has a right to a fair trial before an impartial judge and an impartial jury. In order to make sure that jurors who are selected are impartial, the law provides that the court and the attorneys for the parties may ask questions to all prospective jurors, which must be answered under oath. First, thank you for filling out and returning the questionnaire that we mailed to you. That gives us a lot of information to start with. Now, your contribution to the important and serious matter at hand is best served by continuing to provide full, complete, and honest answers to the questions that you'll be asked today. Those questions that are going to be asked will follow up on issues in the questionnaire, but it also might cover other topics as well. Now, after the questioning is over, the attorneys will have the right to excuse some of you from service on this jury, and I may excuse others of you for what is called cause. In either case, it does not mean that you are not a fair person and you should not take offense in being excused. I also ask that you not take any offense at any question that you might be asked. We must pry, to some extent, in order to explore some opinions you might hold and hear about experiences that you've had that might affect your ability to serve on this case. Now, the defendant, Mr. Chauvin, has been charged with murder in the second degree and manslaughter in the second degree. In the normal course of the trial, charges may be added or subtracted from these charges, but those are the charges as it stands today. To the charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which is a denial of each and every material allegation in the charges. I'm now going to have the participants in the case introduce themselves so we can ask you if you have any relationship with them, either a friendship, acquaintanceship, or a professional relationship. Beginning with the state.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Steve Slisher, represent the state of Minnesota.
Hello, my name is Christina Marinakis, and I'm assisting with the prosecution.
Hi, I'm Joshua Larson, also representing the state of Minnesota.
Good afternoon, Aaron Eldridge for the state of Minnesota.
And Mr. Nelson, if you could introduce yourself and your client.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Nelson. Along with Christina Voss, we represent the defendant, Derek Chauvin.
Thank you. Does anybody on the panel know any of the people who just introduced themselves? Seeing no hands. Do you recognize anybody in the courtroom? And by recognize, I mean have some kind of acquaintanceship, friendship, professional relationship. All right, no hands. You have been given a list of potential witnesses. I'd like you to review that before you are questioned individually if you have not done so already. You'll be asked if you know anyone who is on that list. Now, one of the things the attorneys may not do during jury selection is to instruct you on the law, but I do want you to be aware of some of the basic concepts that apply in all criminal cases so that you may keep them in mind as you answer the court's and the attorney's questions. So, I will instruct you as follows. First, the charges against the defendant are not evidence, and they create no inference of guilt. No member of this jury should in any way permit himself or herself to be prejudiced against the defendant because a charge has been made against him or because he has been placed on trial. The defendant is presumed innocent of the charges made against him, and in order for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial unless and until he has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt according to the law and the evidence admitted at trial. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It does not mean a fanciful or capricious doubt, nor does it mean beyond all possibility of doubt. If you serve on this jury, you and your fellow jurors will be the sole judges of whether a witness is to be believed and of the weight to be given a witness's testimony. There are no hard and fast rules to guide you in this respect. But in determining believability and weight of testimony, jurors may take into consideration the witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, their relationship to the parties, the ability and opportunity to know, remember, and relate the facts, their manner, their age and experience, their frankness and sincerity or the lack thereof, the reasonableness or the unreasonableness of their testimony in light of all the other evidence in the case, and any other factors that bear on believability and weight. If on this jury, you should rely in the last analysis upon your own experience, good judgment, and common sense. Now, there are certain things you should not do during jury selection. You are not investigators. You're not to go out to do any looking, and you are not to ask people about this matter. You are not to use the internet to look for information about this case or about the law. Above all, you must not talk to anyone who is involved, the lawyers or the witnesses or the spectators. Do not be offended if the attorneys, parties, or witnesses do not speak to you. They know it would be improper to contact you except through the normal selection process and will confine themselves to a brief greeting. During the selection process, your family and friends will be curious as to what you are doing. You may tell them you are on a panel of potential jurors in a criminal case, and that is all you should tell them. And since that is all you should tell family and friends, that is all you should tell the general public. So, during these proceedings, please refrain from using Facebook, Twitter, or other social media to announce that you are a potential juror or to comment on this trial. You may access those social media tools, except for the news feeds that you might have, but please do not publish any information about this case or your thoughts about this case. You do not have to stay away from people and refuse to speak to them. Do whatever you wish, but do not talk about the case, and do not talk at all to anyone involved in it. Because of the nature of the charges, this case is receiving media coverage. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or online, and do not listen to news about it on radio or television. This trial, including jury selection, is being televised, but no video of you or any other juror will be taken at any time, now or during trial if you are selected. Also, your name will not be used in the courtroom. You will only be referred to by your random number to respect your privacy. The audio of anything you say will be broadcast, unless we need to discuss something deeply personal or extremely sensitive or embarrassing, or which would tend to specifically identify you. In that case, I will specifically order the audio to not be broadcast. In that case, you will still have to answer questions on the record, but without audio or video broadcast. Now, with the exception of juror number 109, I'm going to have you wait in the other courtroom. Please maintain all our COVID protocols, masks, distancing, and such. Feel free to use all the hand sanitizer you would like, and we'll be back to you in a minute. All right, and you are juror number 109? Can I have you come on up here? Good afternoon, sir. Right here. Good afternoon. You are juror number 109, correct?
Correct.
All right. First thing we're going to do is swear you in so that we know that all your answers are under oath. So raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you'll truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
I do.
All right, thank you. A couple things. We have plexiglass between us, plexiglass in front of you, and also the lawyers will have plexiglass at the lectern in front of them. You anticipate exactly what I'm going to say. You may, because of all that, feel free to remove your mask if you'd like.
Thank you.
If at any time you wish to put it back on, feel free. We don't take an insult at that. I'm going to keep my mask on just so that we have that protection. So, a couple things before I turn it over to the attorneys. You filled out a questionnaire. Again, thank you for doing that. Provides us with a lot of good information to start. Was everything true on the questionnaire?
Yes, with the exception of I did go to another protest.
Okay.
So I had indicated on my questionnaire that I went to just to see what was going on. There was a protest probably about 6 blocks from where I live, and I heard the commotion. That was the day of the fires, and so that was the first time, and it was more of a curiosity, and I was a little concerned about my neighborhood because I lived so close to what was going on. And the second time, a friend had asked me if I wanted to go to a protest with her down at WCCO, protesting Liz Collins, which I did.
Okay. Did you just go, or did you carry a sign, or?
I just went. I didn't carry any signs.
Did you participate in any way? Did you just march, or were you just
I
kinda there
just,
to
yeah,
watch?
I marched along with the people.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that additional information.
Yep.
And in fact, since it's been a few months, there might be things in the questionnaire that are no longer accurate.
Sure.
Or maybe in reflection you thought, oh, I should have added this or changed
Yeah.
this. Your opinions have may have evolved. So however you want to approach it, feel comfortable in adding to and giving a completely different answer than what's in the questionnaire. As long as it's open and honest, that's what we want. Okay?
Sure.
The lawyers are going to ask you questions or focus you on specific questions. And they may read the question and your answer. It's not to be confrontational. They're doing it to refresh your memory about what you said. And the questionnaire also advised you not to read any articles or to watch any media coverage about the case. But we understand there's a lot of coverage out there. And since the questionnaire was filled out and today, were you inadvertently exposed to any information about the case or any related cases, anything like that?
Yes, I do get notifications on my phone, and I did get a notification about the civil case and
Okay.
the award.
And what do you recall from it?
That the family got $27 million.
Okay, and you called it an award. What was your understanding of what?
Well, in the civil case, of course, they're going, after the city for funds because of the death of their family member.
So when you say award, like a jury verdict, or is that how you understood it? Or
No, I just I understood it as the city of Minneapolis decided to make
To settle?
offer that to the family.
Okay.
To settle it, yes.
Now, when you filled out the questionnaire, I want to make sure I'm right here. One of the questions that we had was whether or not, basically, it's a much longer version, but can you be fair and impartial? And you answered yes. When you heard about that settlement, which of course is a different case, did that move you in either direction, like where you couldn't say you're impartial anymore?
It did. I would say I would still be impartial, but I thought it was a dumb move by the city
Okay.
to do that during jury selection. So
You think mostly the timing of it?
yes,
Okay. Because of the danger that it might move people who can't.
yeah,
put
I feel that it could sway people,
Okay.
even if they say it won't. I think it could.
Okay. You yourself do not feel swayed by it, is that
No.
right? Okay. You understand that's a separate case, separate
Yes.
legal issues?
Yes.
Separate decisions?
Yes,
Okay. All right. So you think you can still be fair and impartial?
correct.
Okay, excellent. Anything else that you've seen inadvertently? And we understand it's all inadvertently because you almost can't avoid it. We know.
Yeah, I mean, nothing that I don't think I knew, from the incident.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you listed for us what you kind of knew from the media beforehand.
Yes.
The bottom line on all these questions is, not only can you be fair and impartial, but in order to be fair, you have to put aside anything you've seen outside the courtroom, set aside any opinions you may have formed. And it's all right to have opinions about the case, especially when you see things about it. However, when you're a juror, you have to decide this case just on the evidence and the law that I give you. Do you think you could do that, kind of put aside what you've heard otherwise?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, great.
I did serve on a jury once before.
Okay, tell me about that experience. Was it a good one or a bad one?
It was a good experience.
Do
It was
you remember?
definitely a good experience.
Okay, and without telling me the result, was it a civil or criminal case?
Criminal.
All right, was that here in Hennepin County?
No, it was in Broward County, Florida.
Oh, okay. So some of the concepts are the same, but a lot are
Yeah.
going to be different.
Yes.
Okay. Anything about that experience that made you want to go running off and screaming in the hills to get away from us, or
No.
was it favorable?
It was a good experience.
Okay. Willing to do it again?
I would be.
Okay. Let's see. Do you recognize any of the witnesses who are on the witness list?
No.
Okay. We did estimate that this trial would be 4 weeks long, starting March 29th. Can you make that work for your personal and professional life?
Yeah, I'm currently unemployed, so
Okay.
it works for me.
Not that $20 a day is a whole lot for anybody, but you don't have a job that would keep you distracted or anything like that, or anything that you are going to start soon?
No.
Okay. Excellent. Before I turn over the attorneys, do you have any questions for me?
No, I don't.
All right. Mr. Nelson, as to juror number 109, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience today. Just have a couple follow-up questions before I get into my normal routine here, if that's all right.
Sure.
You said that you went, a friend of yours invited you to a protest at WCCO regarding Liz Collins. Is that because she was or is married to Bob Kroll?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you there opposed to her participation or in support of Mr. Kroll, or
I really
indifferent?
didn't feel like I had an opinion. My friend, of course, was very opposed to Bob Kroll.
Okay.
But I went there because she asked me, and
She just wanted someone to go
yeah,
with her?
she wanted someone to go with her.
Okay. But you don't have you didn't take a personal opinion in it, or?
No, I mean, I heard the outrage in the city that they wanted Bob Kroll to resign, which I thought maybe it's a good thing he might resign because of all the chaos that had been happening in the city.
Okay.
But that's really the only opinion I had, other than I don't know the guy. I've never done any research on him, so other than what people were saying.
Okay, fair enough. So I just want to ask you a couple of general questions first, and then I'm going to follow up with some of your responses on your questionnaire, if that's okay. So if you and I were to meet in different circumstances at a social event or party or whatever, and we had our first conversation, what are a couple of things I'd learn about you during that conversation?
That I'm a friendly, honest person.
Okay. You'd obviously, I mean, you said you live very close to the 3rd Precinct, I think.
Correct.
And you obviously had heard about this case before coming into the courtroom today.
Yes, I have.
And before filling out the jury questionnaire as well.
Yes.
Now, in terms of that, how did you feel when you learned that you may be a juror in this case?
A little frightened at first, thinking, okay, I have no idea if I got selected, and you know, if chaos in the city happened again, would I be safe?
Gotcha. So you had some concerns, fair to say,
Yes.
about your personal safety?
Correct.
And now let me ask you, when you came down to the government center today and you saw what the current condition of it is, the fortifications and the military, how did that alleviate any of your concerns?
Yeah, I was quite impressed.
Okay. Made you feel safer, at least while you're here, right?
Yes.
Okay. And once you came into the courtroom just a little bit ago and you heard that we're doing whatever we can to protect your anonymity, did that alleviate some concerns?
Yes, it did.
All right. Now, at some point in the future, however, when the court deems it safe to do so, your name, if you're served on this jury, may be released to the public. Do you understand that?
Correct.
We don't know when that's going to happen, if it's short-term, long-term, but the court will determine when it's safe to do so. And are you okay with that?
Yes, I am.
All right. In your personal or professional life, can you think of a time when you were called upon to resolve a conflict between two parties?
Well, in my professional life, yes. I mean, there was many instances where I had to do that. I worked for a large communications company, and we did have a lot of I worked in business solutions, so we did have a lot of conflicts with decision making. So.
Okay. And you said you'd also previously served on a jury before, too.
Yes, I have.
Again, we don't want to know the result of or
Yes.
the verdict, but can I ask you, did you actually deliberate all the way through to a verdict?
I was an alternate.
You were an alternate?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, you understand a little bit about the process based on your past experience, but also in your professional life. When two people are involved in a conflict, how do you approach that situation?
My approach would be to calm down the situation first.
Okay. And let's assume you're successful in calming it down. How do you go about trying to bring two sides together?
I would have a discussion with both sides just to make sure that everyone is understood and that their opinion is heard. And
okay. So in this situation, if you were to deliberate in this particular case, you understand that conflict may emerge amongst jurors.
yes.
And that conflict may be bigger in scale, it may be smaller in scale, may be over evidence, but that's the whole point of this process. Do you understand?
I understand that.
So if you were in the deliberation room and one side of the jury is saying, I think that these pieces of evidence or information are very important, and another side was saying, no, that's not so important. How do you approach it to try to get the two sides to come together?
Well, I would ask both sides to explain.
Okay.
And I think maybe the most reasonable explanation, should win over.
Okay. Do you think it's different if you're directly involved in the conflict? Like if you're already on one side and you're trying to convince the other to come over to your side?
Do I think there's a difference in what?
In how you would approach that situation.
No, I think it would have to be the same.
Would you be willing to listen to the other side and potentially be convinced?
Yes.
Okay. And are you the type of person who would simply agree just to kind of get it over with and make a decision, and or would you kind of dig your feet in and say, no, we need to look at this?
No, I would definitely want to resolve it. I don't think I'd be swayed by just getting it over.
Okay, fair enough. Can you think of a situation in your personal or professional life where you've had to try to figure out if somebody is lying?
Well, of course, I did. I was on another jury, so I did have to listen to witnesses.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you have to make that decision based on maybe facts and based on expression.
Okay. Do you think it's possible for two people to look at the same situation and they're standing right next to each other and they watch something happen and see it or perceive it differently?
Oh yeah, definitely.
And what factors do you think would cause two people to see something so differently?
Maybe different political views.
Okay. So political views may come into play. What about their personal life experiences? Do you think that could affect how they...
Oh yeah. Maybe if someone was more religious and maybe another person was, agnostic, I think that might...
Okay. So there are social factors, religious factors, political factors that may affect something. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
Do you think that two people who have different training or education may look at something different?
Possibly, yeah.
Right.
You know.
So I think I used this analogy yesterday as you've got a bridge that falls down and one person is an architect and one person is a home builder and one person is a truck driver. Do you think that their education and experience may affect what they view when that bridge collapses?
Oh yeah, definitely there.
Or that wall, I should say?
Yes.
Do you think that despite someone's experience or education, I should say despite their education or training, that a person may have other experiences that would otherwise qualify them to make an observation about a situation?
Yeah, I do.
So if that truck driver happened to be a bridge builder and, before he became a truck driver, he may have a different experience. That could affect how he perceives that?
Definitely, yes.
Okay. Can you think of a situation in your personal life where you've been 100% convinced that you are right, only to later learn that you were wrong?
There's been many instances. I can't come up with one, but yes, that has been proven probably many times in my life. So.
Okay. And I guess I'm not looking for a specific example, but just more like, how do you react when something like that happens?
You just, I don't know. I would say it's a learning experience.
Sure.
Chalk it up as a learning experience.
Okay. Can you take that and apply it to future situations?
Oh, most definitely.
Okay. Now, ultimately, if you were selected to be on this jury, you understand that you would have to judge this case based on the evidence presented in court.
Yes.
And any information you may have had from outside or before you came into court, you have to basically put that aside. Can you do that?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And at the end of the case, the judge will give you the law that applies in the case, and you have to make a decision as to what the verdict would be. You understand that?
Yes.
Now, you may read the law and you may go, that seems wrong to me, or I disagree with that, or I think we should work to change the law. But if you were a juror on this case, could you follow the law even if you disagreed with it or thought it needed to be changed?
Yes, because it's the law.
So I'm going to just follow up on a few of your
Sure.
questions. And again, we are not trying to trick you or anything. We'll read you specific responses
Okay.
and specific questions, okay? You were asked about some questions about a video that was being circulated of the arrest of Mr. Floyd. I want to make sure that we're on the same page about what that video was that you saw, because several have been released. There was one video that was like a bystander took a video of the police. They uploaded it up to social media, and it went viral and became news. That was the principal video. Then there were some body cameras from police officers that were released, and then there were some security or surveillance videos from neighboring businesses. Which of those videos do you think you saw?
I think I definitely saw the first video, and then the second video with the body cam, I saw that as well.
Okay. Now, did you go on the internet and like look at the actual like the full length videos of all of those, or did you?
I just watched the news, whatever the news provided at that time.
Okay. So maybe some shorter clips, 30 seconds here.
Yeah, I don't think I watched any full length video.
Okay, fair enough. So you were asked to kind of describe what you saw, and you wrote, "What I remember hearing on the news is the protests arose due to the death of George Floyd, due to an arrest and restraint police did during the arrest." That's kind of what you remembered hearing? And you were asked a series of questions about your general impression of both Mr. Chauvin and Mr. Floyd. And with respect to both, you checked the box neutral and had some thoughts. So with respect to Mr. Chauvin, you wrote, and again, this questionnaire was directed at other officers involved as well, but you wrote, they were responding to a crime and were following training received. Do you have personal experience in the training that the Minneapolis Police Department provides its officers?
No.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge or personal knowledge about whether the training that the arrest of Mr. Floyd was consistent with the police department's policies?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So ultimately, what may become an issue in this case is the use of force and the training policies of the Minneapolis Police Department. And are you open to the proposition that these officers were following training or potentially not following their training?
Yeah, I would be open. Yeah, like I said, I don't know what specific training they received, but you know, if that's information that's provided, yes.
Okay, good. With respect to Mr. Floyd, you had again a neutral impression of Mr. Floyd, and you wrote, he committed a crime but shouldn't have died during the arrest process. So let me ask you a question. Have you formed an opinion that Mr. Floyd died as a result of or at the hands of Minneapolis Police Department?
I would say he died while in custody. Yes.
Okay. Have you formed an opinion as to the cause of death or who is responsible for his death?
Well, I think there might be several different causes.
Okay.
So
you don't know, for example?
Yeah, I don't know all the facts.
All right. Again, can you keep an open mind? Can you listen to all of the evidence, judge it fairly and impartially? And because the cause of death may be an issue in this case as well. You understand that?
Yes.
And again, if you listen to the evidence, can you analyze that question based exclusively on the evidence presented in court?
I think I can, yes.
Okay. When you were asked a question about whether you've ever talked about Mr. Floyd's death with family, friends, coworkers, or posted anything on social media, and you checked the box yes, let me ask you, did you post any opinions on social media?
I didn't post my opinion, but I read several folks' opinions.
Okay.
Yes.
Were those opinions negatively directed at the officers, positively directed at the officers, or a combination of both?
I think there was both. I mean, I do have some family members that post, and particularly a cousin of mine, her dad was a sheriff's deputy, so.
Okay. And we'll talk about that. I think you
Okay.
reference that later in a sec. So, you had some, but the opinions that you shared were, what you wrote is mostly that the destruction of Minneapolis was a scary ordeal.
Yes, I believe it. I'm still frightened about what might happen.
Okay. And I think that's reasonable. I think there was a lot of uncertainty and apprehension in the city at that time, right?
Yeah.
And especially given your proximity to the third precinct, right?
Correct.
And you indicated that, again, in your questionnaire and then this afternoon as well, that when some of the violence started breaking out in the city, you went and to kind of see it with your own eyes?
Yes, I did.
All right.
I did.
And
Saw
was
the
that
destruction.
for the purpose of engaging in protest or looting, or was it for the purpose of...
I was pretty appalled by the whole situation. I didn't think it needed to go that far.
Okay. In terms of, there is a question that asks, do you believe your community has been negatively or positively affected by any of the protests that have taken place in the Twin Cities since Mr. Floyd's death? And you wrote negatively, the crime rate in the city is out of control.
And it still is.
Right. So let me ask you about that is, do you differentiate between protests and rioting?
Yes.
Okay. What is the difference in your mind between protests and rioting?
Protests are peaceful, people wanting their opinion to be heard, versus rioting is when you're being destructive or even doing criminal activity.
Okay. And do you think that there were any positive results of the protests versus the rioting?
I definitely think there was positives in the sense, the city is trying to figure out, okay, what can we do better?
Okay, good. You were asked a question have you or someone close to you ever helped support or advocated in favor of or against police reform? And if yes, please explain. You wrote, after the riots, friends and myself discussed what could be done so this doesn't happen again. And were you referring to like the rioting happening again, or in terms of the death of an individual in custody, or both?
I would say both, yes.
Okay. All right. There was a page in the questionnaire where you were asked to read some statements and rank your sort of agreement or disagreement with those statements on a scale. I'm assuming you don't remember every little statement, and I'll read a couple to you. You were asked the question, police in my community make me feel safe, and you somewhat agreed with that. Why do you feel less safe or somewhat disagree with the notion that police keep you safe?
Because I haven't really seen any on our streets lately, so I feel that it makes our city unsafe. If you don't see police, your criminals are going to do crime.
Right. Do you think it was different before the rioting and things happened in the city?
Yeah, I think their presence was very visible.
Okay. You strongly disagreed with the notion of defunding the Minneapolis Police Department.
Yeah, I think it's an idiotic idea.
Okay. Now, in terms of you've got a relative who is an attorney. Does that person still practice law?
No, she's retired. She lives in California.
Okay. Did she practice in criminal law or prosecution, criminal defense?
she was a judge too in the state of Wisconsin, so I'm sure she did some criminal.
Okay. You also have some relatives who served as police officers as well.
Correct.
Did any of your relatives serve with the Minneapolis Police Department?
No.
All right. I think you said someone was in a sheriff's department or something. You don't need to say which sheriff's department, but is it a larger jurisdiction or a smaller?
Yes, it's larger.
Okay. Do you have frequent contact with your relatives who are police officers?
My uncle that was in the sheriff's department, he passed away.
Okay.
I have a cousin who got injured on the job, and I don't talk to him frequently, maybe a couple times a year.
Okay. So I guess the question is if you were a juror on this case, would you call up your relative and say, hey, they're telling me this is how police are trained, they're telling me, this information, is this right?
No, I wouldn't do that.
All right. Likewise, you have a relative who is a nurse. Would you contact your relative who's a nurse to ask her or him her opinion about medical information?
No.
In fact, you were asked, would any of the experiences you noted above make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial? And you wrote, no, I would make a decision based on the facts.
Correct.
And so you feel that you could be a fair and impartial juror?
I do.
Okay. And you were asked, again, in a different context, a similar question about your experiences making it difficult for you to be fair and impartial. And you wrote, I feel I understand that I need to keep an open mind in hearing both sides of a criminal case. Do you agree with that proposition still?
I do.
And ultimately, when you were asked if you wanted to serve on a juror in this case, and you checked the box yes, and you wrote that you feel you could be neutral and unbiased throughout.
I do.
So, sir, I guess I have to ask is, can you apply the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
Will you?
I would.
Will you listen to the entirety of the evidence in this trial and base your decision exclusively on what you hear in court, as opposed to anything you may have learned or any opinions that you have about any of these matters?
Yes.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, just one brief question before.
Sure.
If police officers testify in this case, I know you have some family members who are police officers, but if a police officer testifies, would you give their testimony more credibility or believe them more simply by virtue of the fact that they're police officers?
I'd have to hear the testimony. I couldn't say yes one way or the other.
All right. So you would agree that sometimes police officers, well, let's put it this way: if a police officer and just a citizen observe an event, the same event, there are those two people standing next to each other, exclusively because one of them is a police officer, would you give that person's testimony more credibility?
No.
If I may have a moment. Mayor will pass for cause.
Mr. Slusher.
Thank you, Your Honor. Juror number 109, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to follow up on that last line of questioning
Sure.
regarding the credibility of law enforcement officers. And I know you indicated that your uncle, who's now passed away, served as a law enforcement officer. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you pretty close to your uncle?
Yes.
Did you discuss his job with him on occasion?
Not his day-to-day activities of his job, but he did tell me stories from time to time.
Usually when a cop tells stories, it's not about a boring day at work.
No, it's more about how he let some cute girls go without a ticket for speeding.
He'd tell you stories of letting people go without writing.
Just giving them a warning.
Okay. Do you ever tell you anything more exciting than letting people off of speeding tickets?
Not really. No.
Didn't share with you any high-speed chases or action stories, anything like that?
Well, he actually worked he was a jailer, so he worked in the jail. He didn't really tell me a lot of stories about people that might have been arrested.
How long did he work as a jailer?
I want to say at least 15 years.
Okay. So was he a sheriff's deputy?
Yes.
Okay. Did he exclusively work in the jail?
I think before that he worked on he had a beat that he did.
Okay. I guess similarly, did he ever tell you any stories about inmates or people being unruly? Anything exciting happen at work?
No, he had mentioned that he had taken in a couple of his brothers when they were younger, and
he had to arrest his
had
brothers?
to try to get them out of jail. Yeah.
Okay. And you had a cousin. Was that your uncle's son then?
No, this is a different cousin.
Okay. Who was also a law enforcement officer who was injured on the job?
Yeah, he was injured, I think, trying to take someone into custody. He got injured. They got in a fight.
Without giving any detail as to the department or whatnot, can you tell me what you recall about your cousin getting injured, taking someone into custody?
I don't know all the specifics of what had happened, but he had like a mini stroke, so he
Your
ended
cousin
up
did?
Yeah, he ended up having to go to the hospital, and then he went on disability.
I'm sorry to hear that. As a direct result of taking into someone.
Well, that's what he told me. I don't know all the details on that.
Sure.
But yes.
But he had a stroke, and then after that, he was unable to work as a law enforcement officer.
Yeah.
Did he have to go on disability?
He's on disability now, I believe. Yep.
So he was permanently injured as a result of this?
Yes.
Okay. Now, obviously you've seen the video.
Yes.
Right, and I think your questionnaire indicated that you've watched it maybe 4 or 5 times. Correct?
Yeah, probably.
And so you understand that this case is about a situation in which there's a struggle over bringing someone into custody.
Yes.
Okay. And and really, the process only works if everybody's completely open and honest about how they feel about things. And I just need to know, as you sit here, knowing that this case is really about a situation that seems, at least somewhat similar to what your cousin experienced. Your cousin being a law enforcement officer and becoming permanently disabled after a struggle. I'm just wondering if you could share your thoughts on how that makes you feel, knowing that these cases are somewhat similar.
Well, I didn't even think about that, but yeah, they are. I'm not sure what the struggle was about and what the crime that my cousin was trying to take this individual into custody for, but there is similarity, I guess. So,
And just knowing that and understanding that as a juror, if you were called to be a juror in this case, you really need to be a neutral, a completely neutral finder of fact. And as someone who was close with someone who was injured in a struggle over an arrest, I'm wondering if you truly believe that you could be absolutely neutral in a case like this.
I believe I can.
And you know, again, we have to take you at your word because you're under oath, and we believe that you're being honest. But sometimes people don't understand how deeply things like this can affect them. It sounds like you've given it some thought, not too much before I brought it up, but I mean, as you think about it, do you have any hesitation that you could be neutral in a case like this?
No, I know I definitely could be neutral. So.
And then, you know, I also have to ask in response to the questioning about officer credibility, it sounds like you have a very strong respect for law enforcement.
Yeah, I do, but again, you know, it doesn't depend on what they do for a living. You know, I'm going to hear witnesses, and I have to believe that everyone's going to be honest. So it's not like I would take an officer's word over a different witness's word.
Or what you would perceive to be sort of the officer's side of this case versus the non-officer's side of this case,
Yes.
one party over another.
No, I definitely wouldn't. I wouldn't feel one or the other would, you know, be more worthy.
And again, I appreciate your candid answers, and you need to think about it very carefully because, again, this can only work if people are being, 100% truthful with themselves. And in the response to the questionnaire about knowledge of the case, you gave some facts and you talked about seeing the video 4 to 5 times. In response to some questioning by counsel, you indicated that you thought there could be other causes of death. You recall that?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Did you do you recall when responding to defense counsel's questions about causes of death? You think you said something to the effect of there could be a lot of causes of death.
Well, yeah. I mean, there could be possibility that he had some kind of physical condition that could have maybe factored in to his death. Yes. I mean,
I'm wondering if that's something that you'd heard before, in the media.
Well, I mean, during the news that was coming out, there had been word that he had taken drugs, so that's could also be a factor.
And on that, that he had taken drugs, because I don't think that you'd mentioned that in the questionnaire.
Yeah.
Had you heard that that George Floyd had taken drugs?
No, that was what was being reported on the news. So that's, so I guess I did hear. I didn't know if that was true, if it wasn't true.
And how do you think that would affect you as a fact finder if somebody was taking drugs?
I still don't think it would attribute. I mean, it could have attributed to what had happened to George Floyd, but I believe that there's possibly more than just one factor.
Okay. And then under general impressions of the defendants, you said it was neutral, and you indicated they were responding to a crime and were following training received. What training is it?
I think I was referring to the rookies.
Okay.
Because they were new on the job. From what the news was reporting, they were new on the job and only following instructions.
Okay. And do you recall where you heard that or how you heard that?
TV news.
Okay. If we may have a sidebar, Your Honor.
Juror 109, we are going to excuse you from this panel. So the deputy will take some paperwork from you, but you're free to go. Thank you for all your time on this case. Now let's hold off. All right, you can make a record of the off the record conversation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state moved to dismiss juror number 109 for cause on the basis of bias. I believe that based on his responses to the questions and a lot of the material that he left out of the questionnaire, I believe that he was being evasive, and given his strong affinity to law enforcement, I believe he was doing so with a purpose. And so we made the motion, court denied it, and we exercised our preempt.
And Mr. Nelson, anything to add?
Your Honor, I would just note for the record that prior, the court has advised every potential juror that they are free to modify or change things that are included in their questionnaires, added to it. That's what this particular juror did. He didn't deny or lie about what he had heard. I did not sense he was being evasive, nor did I, he clearly stated that he could view law enforcement in the same light as any other witness and did not exhibit a bias under Logan towards law enforcement.
All right, I denied the challenge for cause. I did not feel he was evasive. In fact, he is the only juror so far who, when I asked, is there anything to add to your questionnaire, actually had something to add. And he added that he had attended a protest against Bob Kroll at WCCO TV. And that was, so I think the fact that he was willing to provide new information was not being evasive, and I sense that he was being honest and more details coming out than probably what he put in. So based on the totality, I think he could have been fair and impartial and allow the state to exercise peremptory, which it did. So that is state peremptory. All right, let's do our next juror. Come on up here. Good afternoon.
Hello.
You are juror 110, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. A couple things before I turn the questioning over to the attorneys. First, I'm going to swear you in so that all your answers are under oath. You could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
I do.
All right. A couple things. We have plexiglass between us, plexiglass in front of you, plexiglass in front of the attorneys where they question you from, plus they're a pretty good distance away. I'm going to keep my mask on. My bottom line being, you can adjust your mask any way you want. You can take it off, leave it on. Totally up to you. Whatever makes you feel comfortable in the witness stand. Okay? And mask on or off, I'm going to need you to pull a little bit forward towards the microphone. The microphone itself does not move very well,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Is that better?
That works.
Okay.
Excellent. All right. Well, first of all, you filled out a questionnaire, and thank you for doing that. That was very helpful. Is everything true that's on the questionnaire?
Yes.
All right. Anything you wanted to change or add to the questionnaire?
I don't think so.
All right. And that's kind of a broad question because it was a long time ago and a lot of questions. But you should feel comfortable adding to, changing, because sometimes in the 3 months or 2 months that you filled this out, your opinions might evolve, or you might remember some details you didn't remember before, or maybe something you realized on a question was inaccurate, so you have to correct it.
Okay.
I want you to know that you should feel comfortable doing that, adding or saying something different from what's in the questionnaire. Don't worry about it. Is that the same thing? Just give us your open, honest answers, and that'll be greatly appreciated, okay? In fact, it'll probably more likely come up as opposed to me just asking you anything to add. The attorneys will walk through some of the questions and answers, and they will read the question and probably your answer as well.
Okay.
Not to be confrontational, but just to refresh your memory as to what you said. Okay? All right. Now, you're not supposed to read any media or watch any TV, anything like that, because you're a potential juror, but we recognize that it's been a couple months, a lot of media reports on this case, and some jurors have been inadvertently exposed to information about this case, about related cases, about pretrial matters. Have you been exposed to anything like that?
Yes. I haven't tried to be, but just sometimes scrolling through social media, you come across something, and I just try to keep scrolling by it.
Okay. And do you recall anything specific that kind of jumped at you about this case?
Nothing specifically, I guess. I mean, I was trying to avoid it, so I didn't necessarily read into it. There
Okay.
was different images and people's opinions, but I didn't read into it, I guess.
Okay. Did you, and this usually happens, you see a headline or something. Any headlines or anything you saw about this case or about related cases?
On the radio, I heard that there were, I think, 7 jurors already selected.
Okay.
That was a couple days ago. So
All right.
I heard that and then changed stations. So
All right. As I said, we understand this is all inadvertent, but almost impossible to escape.
yeah.
So we just want to know kind of what you've been exposed to. The bottom line is that anything that you read or hear or see outside the courtroom, and any opinions you might have formed based on that, you have to put aside. Because to be a juror on this case, you have to be fair and impartial. Part of being fair is that you only, everybody knows that what you're deciding on is what's in the courtroom. Because we don't know necessarily everything you've been exposed to on the outside. Can you do that, you think?
I think so.
Okay. And I think we'll talk a little bit, or the attorneys might talk about, because he said maybe in the presumption of innocence in this case you might have difficulty.
Yeah.
Do you want to just comment on that right now? Give me your thoughts on that.
Okay. My thoughts. I guess.
And let me stop you. If there's anything private or that you want to go off the audio to explain your answer, just tell me that.
Okay.
But if you can without, go ahead.
Yeah. I just know this is like a big case, so it makes me nervous to be
Okay.
potentially involved. Yeah, I guess everyone has not everyone. Some people that choose to typically share their opinion have very strong opinions.
Right.
So it seems like what you read or what you glance by is either way one side or way the other. So it makes it difficult to disregard that information, I guess, when people feel so strongly one way or the other.
Well, the good news is not only can you disregard it, but I'm ordering you to disregard
Yes.
it. But if you've been exposed to so much that you don't feel you could put it aside, because it's not a question usually of intelligence or personality, it's more for some people it's the amount of information they've had that they can't really put it aside. Do you think you fall into that category? Or do you think you can put it all aside and just decide on what you hear in the courtroom?
I don't know, it's kind of borderline, I guess.
Okay.
There is a lot of information out there, and I try to remember that it may not be true or I'm not hearing the full story, but there is a lot of people have their opinions.
Okay. I'm actually going to, because you have one question mark private, and I think I know what you're talking about, at least from other answers. That and the question about whether or not you want to serve, I think might implicate this as well. So I'm going to find under the rules that this might be particularly sensitive. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go off audio, which means the only audio that is being broadcast is here in the courtroom. Juror 110, we are back on audio, and I'm going to excuse you from this jury. We've made a record of the discussion, but I think given your situation, and it would be hard to be fair and impartial, so I'm going to release you. In fact, you're released from all jury service. So you don't have to worry about it until you get a summons maybe years from now.
Okay.
And I wish you good luck.
Thank you.
Okay. Sir, come on up. How are you? Not bad.
That's good.
All right, you are juror number 111, correct?
Yes, sir.
Before I turn you over to the attorneys, I'm going to swear you in so that all your answers are under oath. You could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, under penalty of perjury, that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
I swear.
Okay. A couple things before I turn it over to the attorneys. Number one, we have plexiglass between us, plexiglass in front of you. The attorneys have plexiglass from where they're going to be talking to you, and that's quite a distance away. What that means is you can take off your mask if you want. You can leave it on if you want. Kind of leave it all to you. It would be more comfortable or more easy to talk. Feel free to remove it and even put it back on if necessary, but leave it up to you. Okay?
Okay.
And mask on or off. If you could pull a little closer to the microphone, because we can't move it very well.
Sure.
So that's great. Well, first of all, you filled out a questionnaire, and thank you for doing so.
Mm-hmm.
It gives us a lot of good information to start with. Was everything on that questionnaire true?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Is there anything in the months that have gone by that you thought, well, there's something I should change or add to, maybe an opinion that's changed, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Now, the attorneys will probably go through some of the specific questions.
Okay.
And they will read the question to you and also your answer, not to be confrontational, but just to refresh your memory.
Mm-hmm.
If your answer has changed or you need to add to it, feel free to do so. I want you to feel comfortable saying things that are different from the questionnaire.
Okay.
One thing the questionnaire told you to do is to avoid newspaper or other news articles, other media, talking about this case or related cases. But we understand, given the amount of media coverage the case has had and related cases, that you might have been exposed to some information. Is there anything from since you filled out the questionnaire till today that you were made aware of?
I work at a bar up in St. Joseph, and so some of the patrons like to talk just about, in general, things. I don't think it's something specific, but people have been saying, oh, they've got however many people selected already.
Okay.
And having to take time off, I was like, I'm being selected for a jury. That's just it. I need to make time for that. And people are pretty wise to what's going on. And I try and leave it alone and not agree or disagree, but they'd like to tell me things because they feel like I'm somehow connected. So I don't know if that made sense. Nothing specifically that I can think of.
Having been assigned to this case since June, I know exactly what you mean.
Right.
Is this like a sports bar where you got TVs all around?
Yeah, but it's mainly sports.
Okay, so not a lot of news programs where all of a sudden you see this headline.
We'll get the breaking things are shutting down, but not we don't have Fox or CBN or NBC.
Okay.
Nope.
Have you heard anything about any related cases?
No.
Okay. The important issue here is a juror has to decide this case just on what they hear in the courtroom, based on the law that I give you. You have to put aside everything you've heard or might even hear in the future, because we understand people get inadvertently exposed. It happens. But you have to put it aside and also put aside any opinions you may have formed. It's okay to have those opinions in reaction to what you've learned, but you have to put those aside and decide this case just on the evidence you hear in court.
Yeah.
Do you think you could do that?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you recognize any witnesses that were on the list?
I did not.
Okay. Now, this trial is going to be about 4 weeks long, starting on March 29th. Can you make that work personally and professionally?
I can.
Okay.
I'd rather not, because so I'm in college currently, and I'm entering into my thesis class, which is starting on Monday.
Okay.
So that's it'll end probably the beginning of April.
Okay.
Or you said May or March?
March.
Oh yeah. So
I can,
and I can always push that off, but I don't think I'd be back in that same class. I'd have to take an entirely different class, and I've tried to work hard to get into this specific class.
Okay.
But I mean, if need be, it's my civic duty to make that time, so I could make that time.
Okay. Is this like once a year offer or something that?
Yeah. So we call it the capstone, but it changes. So this year they're doing a theory of rhetoric capstone, which is what my interest is. Next year they'll have a different rhetoric class. It won't be theory; it'll be rhetoric in ancient Greece or in ancient Italy or India. Who knows? But they change it up. So, and I don't know what those are going to look like because they don't release the class list very far in advance. So.
Okay. All right. I'm going to let the lawyers follow up on that.
Sure.
But one thing we want you to do is, if it truly will be a hardship for you, we want to know that.
Okay.
We know everybody wants to do their civic duty. And if you can, great. That's wonderful. But you need to also be honest if it's going to be a hardship for you to skip that class. I'm going to let the lawyers follow up on that later. So let's see. That's about it. Unless you have any questions for me, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Nelson for questioning.
No questions.
All right. Mr. Nelson, the main part is juror number 111.
Good afternoon, sir.
Howdy.
Thank you for your patience and for being here today. Just I'm going to follow up before we get too far in about this class and the situation. So you said it was a thesis class?
Yes.
Is it for your senior thesis?
Yes.
If you didn't take this class, would it cause you to have to extend your educational career so you could get into a thesis class?
Yes. I'm going to be taking the first semester of next year already because I took the first semester of this year off.
Okay.
So I'll still be in school, but I will have to add an additional class onto that. Yeah.
Okay. Add an additional class or an additional semester?
I'd have to take that capstone sometime because I can't graduate without that. So, but that would add time to
I'm going to stop you.
taking that.
We're taking everything down, and so we need to you not talk over each other.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So if you could just kind of, and the attorneys and I are the worst offenders, so don't take it personally. But if you can just try and be cognizant of that,
Sure.
that'd be great. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, sir. I apologize. Well, I guess what I'm asking is in terms of so you're already scheduled to take a class in the next semester. Is that in that same semester that you've already added on, could you take that capstone class?
I could.
Okay. So you're already extending your college career, so to speak, by a semester. This wouldn't require you to add yet another semester onto the tail end?
No, most likely not. Most likely not.
Okay. And I understand that you wouldn't want to do that, but you said this is your civic duty and you would make it work.
I would be able to do that, yes.
Okay. And so, ultimately in your, the question is would it be a undue burden to you to have to do that?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Fair enough. So I'm going to ask you a few questions just kind of generally. and then get to know you a little bit better, and then we'll move into some specific questions on your questionnaire, if that's okay. So if you and I were to meet in a different circumstance, what are a couple of things I'd learn about you in our first conversation?
I enjoy getting tattooed. That's pretty clear. As if I'm wearing a T-shirt, you'd see that better. I really like art, things like that. My grandparents were artists, so was my mom. I like rugby. It's kind of an odd sport. Not a lot of people know a lot about it, but I play that currently at St. John's where I go. I'm a college student.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna we want to try to protect your anonymity as best we can. No, that's okay. Just so you know, rather just my college and stuff.
My college, yeah. Okay.
All right. So you had obviously heard about this case before you learned about your jury service.
Correct.
And how did you feel when you learned that you were a prospective juror in this case?
I was shocked a little bit.
Why?
I wondered why me, but then again, I guess anyone could. And watching the video in the other room, hearing that it's random, I assumed it was random. I just thought, what are the chances? Because there's so many people,
Right. Did you? Go ahead.
I felt since I was young, I'm younger than, and it seemed odd to me that someone in my age would be even considered. I guess I've never thought about this, so it seemed interesting. But I read all the stuff and I was like, okay, well, this is really happening.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Did you have any concerns for your personal safety, COVID-19 concerns, anything of that nature?
I did wonder a lot about how we've talked about. There's a lot of media coverage of this and what my aspect, how I'd be portrayed, if at all. But we've made that pretty clear that I'm meant to be anonymous.
Okay. Now, ultimately, at some point, and this would happen when the court deems it safe to do so, your name may be released publicly.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Are you aware of that?
I am now.
Okay. How does that make you feel?
Not nervous.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with that.
Fair enough. Can you think of a time, whether it be in your personal life, your work life, or your educational life, where you've been called upon to kind of resolve a conflict between two people?
Yeah. So I help out at the bar I work at sometimes, and as people enjoy their libations, they tend to get a little antsy sometimes. And so, yeah, breaking up a fight is definitely something I've had to do quite a few times, specifically at work.
Okay.
So, yeah.
What about more just like an argument?
Right.
Not necessarily where alcohol is involved, just two people are having a debate and they turn to you and they say, juror number 111, how do we get through this?
Yeah, I live in a house with some roommates, so there's quarrels sometimes about small things, big things, whatever.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not always the mediator for that or the problem solver of it, but yeah, every once in a while we all kind of rely on each other to help figure this out, because two sides, someone needs to kind of figure it out.
So when you are called and when you are the mediator, right? Because ultimately that's your job here in this case, if you were a juror in this case, is to essentially mediate a dispute on a very large level between the state of Minnesota and Mr. Chauvin, but also within the deliberation room you may have to mediate some disputes. What are the tools that you would use or employ to help mediate a dispute?
I always find that it's best to hear both sides, because people see things their own way a lot of the time, and so it's easy if in front of each other they can say their piece out loud and realize what the difference is, and then I try and be a little unbiased with that, because maybe I like roommate one better, but if they're wrong, they're wrong, and that's for my opinion to kind of make. So I try and just use as many of the facts as I can and just reason it as simply and unbiasedly as possible. But then again, sometimes someone's just not making sense and it's really hard to use any of their arguments, so I just kind of have to say, well, nope, you lose this one.
Okay.
We're going to go with them.
Fair enough. Do you think it's different if you're personally involved in the dispute?
Absolutely.
Okay. What's different about it?
If I have a stake in it, then I want it to end up some way. I kind of have an outcome in my mind already that would be beneficial to me or not beneficial to me. So if I have that stake, I'm definitely going to try and push my side. It's sometimes hard to realize how much of a stake you have in something and to try and push back and be like, well, maybe I should try and be a little more unbiased about this or a bit more objective.
Sure. So, I mean, ultimately, like you're in the jury deliberation room, right? And there's a couple of different scenarios. One scenario is two sides are having a dispute over some, two sides are having a dispute over some piece of evidence, some rule of law, whatever it is, and you're kind of observing it versus having a dog in the race, so to speak, right? So how would you approach it, outside of a living environment? Like, this is as you mentioned, it's a big case.
Right. Well, definitely kind of like how I had said earlier, hearing both sides and trying to put together, like, we're trying to come to an agreement on something. We all have to agree. That's the way it's going to work. So I think just talking it out more and more and more, obviously, not like getting to an argument, but just continuing to say what someone thinks and why they think it, because the why is just as important as the what. There's a reason that's pushing everybody. So figuring that out kind of can help understand why someone thinks something can maybe help change that idea.
Okay.
I don't know if that answers the question.
It does, and articulately, thank you. How about a situation where you've been called upon to determine if someone's telling you the truth? Can you think of a situation in your life where you've had to decide, is this person telling me the truth?
Sure. I'll use the bar example again. I bounce there sometimes, just sit at the door and make sure, especially now we have capacity, so just keeping that, in check. But someone gives you a fake ID. It's clearly fake. I mean, that's, one thing. But talking to that person, maybe I don't know. Say I'm unsure, but the way that they're acting and just how, if you can look me in the eyes and just rationally talk to me, just very calm, I have no reason to doubt you. But if you give me this is probably all right, but you're shaky, whatever. Body language says a lot, and so I think that's what I use to judge people's truthfulness.
Do you think that two people can be observing the situation, the same situation, and perceive it in a different way?
Yes. So, like a different angle, a different aspect. You see something maybe I just don't. Or maybe I'm trusting because the very first thing you said to me. I immediately trust you. Or maybe I don't have reason to trust because they see something else.
Okay. So they may see a different detail that the other person saw?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that our personal backgrounds and life experiences affect how we perceive events?
Yes.
How do you see that happen?
So, in my life specifically, or just generally?
Generally.
Generally, I mean, the things you grow up around kind of dictate how you see the world. And if you see the world in maybe a cynical way, it's easy to be very cynical about the rest of life. Whereas if you grow up in a very optimistic and positive environment and things are shown to be, like, don't give up on something, then you're probably going to not give up on something so easily later in your life. Whereas if you're taught to quit immediately if it's too hard, you're probably going to carry that for the rest of your life. So, yeah.
Okay. Can you think of a situation in your life where you've been 100% convinced of something only to later learn you were wrong?
Yes.
How do you handle that? What's your approach to that?
It's really hard to be proven wrong and accept that. I found this a lot in classes. I take classes on it's called peace studies. So race, things that deal with conflict, and to be shown that I've not been thinking about this right my whole life. It's really hard to accept that if someone's pushing that on you. Whereas if they just kind of introduce it to you and allow you to recognize that I was wrong, has been easier for me to kind of accept that I've been wrong about this. Well, better do the work to make sure I'm right about it now.
Right. Okay, fair enough. Last kind of general question is ultimately you understand you have to sit through this trial. You have to take only the evidence that is entered into trial into account. And you ultimately are what's called a judge of the facts, right? You decide what did or didn't happen. The judge will give you the law, and you may read the law, and you may think that the law is crazy. You may think it needs to be changed. You may have a strong opinion about the law. But the question becomes, can you listen to the facts in this case and apply the law as the judge gives it to you, even if you think it's wrong or should be changed?
Yeah, so obviously it's impossible to be completely unbiased, but the way that this seems to operate is there's some very strong framework. You have facts and the law, and that's it. So seeing that, having that in front of you, in front of me, would be really easy to just take that. There's nothing else. Just ignore everything else. It's right in front of you. That's all you have. I think that would be not the most difficult thing, to just accept these small things in front of you.
So I'm going to just follow up with some questions on your questionnaire, because you obviously have some fairly strong opinions, right? Is that a fair statement?
Sure.
Can I ask, what does your mask say?
It's the bar that I work at.
Oh, gotcha.
I suppose
I
I
didn't
could
want to
flip it around.
identify it. I just couldn't see if it
Yep,
had
just some words.
Okay. So you were asked, you obviously, when you filled this out, you had heard of the case. And you were asked to kind of recite what you knew or what you had heard about this case, right? And before I kind of get into this, I want to ask you about, there's some reference to a video or videos in the questionnaire and in your responses. And I want to make sure we're talking about the same video or videos. You understand there was a bystander who took a video of Mr. Floyd's arrest that went viral, became international news, essentially, right? And then throughout the course, or since that time, there have been some body-worn cameras from the officers that were released publicly. There were some like footage from area stores that was released. Have you seen which videos have you seen?
I'm aware of all the videos, but I've seen and watched to completion just the bystander video. I've seen snippets of some of the body cam stuff, but not sat down and fully just watched it out, because I tried to not focus more on that after being summoned.
Fair enough. So, but the bystander video, you say, did you get it through social media?
Yeah, so I think the first time it was shared to me on Facebook, and I just hardly use Facebook, but I think it was some person I'd known in high school was like, look at this. And I saw it, I was like, oh, and then just kind of talking with it, it blew up, it was viral, so everyone's kind of talking about this, so we all tend to watch it in passing, not in passing, maybe just at the bar showing it, or in class, hey, did you see this?
Right.
That would be my experience with it.
And so it's fair to say that on a college campus, it's a fairly hot topic.
Sure, yes.
And the same thing in the bar you work in, people are kind of talking about it. And
what's new in the world.
Yeah.
Right?
And then do you pay much attention to the news media as well? And have you seen snippets on the news?
Yeah, some of it's they show whatever they show, but I don't tend to watch TV news very often, if ever.
But you may be scrolling through whatever social media
Scrolling
platform.
through a feed. Sorry.
That's okay. My fault too. You may see someone shared it and it kind of automatically starts playing. You watch a couple seconds of it, you scroll past, right? Okay. So you were asked to write down what you know about the case, and I want to just read what you wrote, if that's okay, and then ask you a few follow-up questions on it. You say, I remember seeing the video of Chauvin kneeling on Floyd's neck. It was sent to me a few times by friends, but I only watched it through once. I went to a few protests after it happened and remember the goal was to have the officers charged and fired, and a few days later they were. I saw the YouTube video of one of the officers getting yelled at some grocery store. So in terms of your decision to go to the protest after it happened, again, it's fair to say that you formed an opinion about what should happen to Mr. Chauvin.
Correct.
And again, I don't discount, I don't negate your opinions, but can you honestly say that you can set aside, you went to a protest where you were asking for Mr. Chauvin to be arrested and charged with a crime, Can you honestly say that you can be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Yeah, this is bigger than me and anyone really. Giving those facts and just having them there, I can put aside what's happened in the past, the opinions I've formed, because they're not important to what's actually factual and the proceedings of this.
Okay. You were asked about your opinions as to both your general impression, I should say, as to both Mr. Chauvin as well as Mr. Floyd. And what you wrote is that you had a somewhat negative opinion of Mr. Chauvin, and that when asked why, you wrote, well, a person died while they were present, and it seems like they caused the death. So cause of death is a legal issue that has to be determined by the jury. Mm-hmm. The question becomes is, you formed an opinion or you formed an impression that Officer Chauvin and or the others caused Mr. Floyd's death.
Correct.
And again, it seems to be a pretty strongly held opinion, right? So you understand that you may hear evidence, right? You may hear medical evidence. You may hear people come in and testify about what did or did not cause Mr. Floyd's death. Can you set aside what you previously believed to be the cause of his death and listen to that evidence, honestly?
It's kind of like what we discussed earlier. An opinion is meant to be changed.
Okay. You were asked about your impression of Mr. Floyd, and you said somewhat positive. His image his image has sparked lots of debate over police brutality and racism in America, and he was killed with his face in the street. I mean, again, your answer about your impression about Mr. Floyd implies that his death was caused by these police officers, right? Mm-hmm. And again, it's okay. The honest, I don't know what's in your heart. I have to take your words at face value, right? Mm-hmm. And there are some people who will say anything they can to get off of a jury, and there are some people who will say anything they can to get on a jury, right? And you're going to protests, you've got these opinions, and ultimately, can you honestly say, I can set all of my beliefs aside, right? And I can judge this case on the evidence alone?
I'd like to think I could.
Okay. You were asked about your sharing your opinions with family, friends, coworkers, discussing it online. Did you ever post anything on social media about Mr. Floyd?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So there was conversations, those conversations or opinions were conversations between family members, friends, coworkers. And you wrote, the police used excessive force and their conduct, my copy cuts off, and their conduct I can't read this word, but it says, to the way black men are treated in America. So you're linked. So again, excessive force. You made an opinion that the force you observed in these videos was excessive, right?
Correct.
And that this was somehow indicative of how black men are treated by police in America, right? Mm-hmm. It's a political opinion. It's a political view. You're entitled to it. The question just really honestly becomes, again, we have to be intellectually honest with each other, right? Can you set aside your political opinions that this was excessive force, that these officers caused this death? And can you neutrally judge this case?
I believe I could.
Right. Because here's the problem, right? In this country, every criminal defendant is presumed innocent. Mm-hmm. What that means at the beginning, they are presumed innocent. And it's the state that has to convince you that the defendant is guilty. That's the burden of proof. My concern, on behalf of my client, is that we're not starting at that spot. Mm. I have to somehow convince you, first and foremost, that he is innocent. And then maybe you'll change your opinion. Do you see the concern?
I do, and it makes a lot of sense. In terms of this whole process, like you said, presumed innocent, yeah, until proven guilty. So, were I to be a part of this and start, it sounds weird, but just having to mentally just wipe and start from there.
Control Alt Delete, right?
Exactly, and you're right. It would seem that it necessitates something on your part to prove to me something, right? But I believe that in how this all is meant to work, like we've talked about, the facts are right there. That's all you have. Your opinions don't mean anything anymore. They can't help you here. Let's use these facts and create an opinion together.
Okay.
Is how I see this.
Right. I mean, and that's again, under our system of law, as you were asked in this questionnaire, is Mr. Chauvin doesn't have to testify. We don't have to ask a single question. We don't have to introduce a single piece of evidence. We don't have to call a single witness, right? And the beginning point is still the presumption of innocence. And ultimately, the government still has the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And you can apply that.
I believe so.
I have to press you. I'm not trying to be confrontational. It's not a I believe so or I'm going to try. It's a yes or a no.
Yes.
And you attended a rally and you carried a sign at that rally?
Yeah.
And that sign said no justice, no peace?
Correct.
Ultimately, you were also asked a question as to whether or not you believe your community has been negatively or positively affected by the protests that have taken place in the Twin Cities area since George Floyd's death. And you wrote that it has had a socially positive effect that have strengthened the movement for racial equality while exposing racist institutions and practices. Do you hold the belief that police officers are racist?
Not inherently, no.
Okay. Do you believe that that police officers or police departments engage in systematic racism?
I think we have to be a bit more specific because police officers is a very blanket term. That's everyone that is like serves the law. I don't think like overall, yes, every police officer has this about them. I think that some police officers are in a position to use racism to reinforce racism.
Okay. Do you think that specifically about the Minneapolis Police Department?
Not as a whole.
Okay. Do you think that as applied to specific officers within the Minneapolis Police Department?
Yes.
Do you believe that to be the fact with respect to Mr. Chauvin?
I'm unsure.
Okay. So again, right, coming back to this presumption of innocence. I mean, you formed at least some question in your mind as to whether or not Mr. Chauvin was acting out of a racial bias, right? And you're saying that you can set that aside, those perceptions or those questions, and judge this case exclusively on the basis of facts in this case.
Yes.
Mr. Nelson, I was thinking of breaking for the afternoon. Would
That's fine, Your Honor.
that fit? Okay, we're going to break until 3:45. We've been going at it a while.
Sure.
And so if you could wait back in that courtroom till we'll bring you back at 3:45. We're in recess. All right, we're on the record. Mr. Nelson?
You're under the defense will exercise peremptory.
All right, juror number 111 is excused as a defense peremptory. And we will move to, I think, is it 113? Here's our last juror of the day. So, oh, and at the end of the day, let's do a chambers conference and remind me about to discuss the last jurors.
You want 111, but I can't excuse them.
Sure. All right, welcome back. Well, it turns out you're going to be able to take your capstone course after all. We're going to release you from this jury, so
Yeah.
let you go back and get rolling on that rhetoric capstone, and
Yep.
the best of luck to you.
Thank you.
so
You as
much.
well.
And what number was that for the defense?
That's number 13.
Number 13. Okay, this is juror 113. Okay, come on up. You have a seat right here next to me. All right, good afternoon. You are juror 113, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Couple things before I turn the questioning over to the attorneys. I have to swear you in so that all your answers are under oath, so if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, under penalty of perjury, that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're perfect, I think, on your positioning with the mic. But just to let you know, we have plexiglass in front of the attorneys and in front of you, and they're pretty far away. There's plexiglass between us, and I'm going to keep my mask on. My point being, you can take your mask off if it's more comfortable for you, or if you just think you can speak more clearly. But I'll leave it totally up to you.
Okay, thank you.
Mask or no mask, I'd like you to stay fairly close to the microphone. Actually, where you're at should work, but we'll adjust as necessary. First of all, you filled out a questionnaire. Thank you for doing that. Was everything on that questionnaire true?
Yes. One thing has changed though.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the being victim of a crime.
Okay.
And yeah, I was carjacked on February 11th, and I didn't get a chance to change that on there.
Okay, did you say carjacked?
Yeah.
Okay. So February 11th, obviously, that was after you submitted this questionnaire.
Yeah.
And where did that occur?
St. Paul, next to McAllister College.
Okay. Do you think you could sit on a criminal case with that so recent in your memory?
I think so.
Okay, no problem with that? All right. I'm glad you were able to volunteer that because, it's been a couple months since you filled out the questionnaire.
Yeah.
And so if anything has changed or you have to make additions, or even if you realize that something you wrote in there was inaccurate, or you've got an opinion that you wanted to change because maybe you evolved in your decision, I want you to feel comfortable offering that information, even if it's completely different from what's in your questionnaire.
Okay.
All right?
Yep.
It's all a snapshot in time as far as we're concerned.
All right. Thank you.
You weren't supposed to read any articles or pay attention to any media coverage of this case or any related cases. But we understand that between when you filled out the questionnaire several months ago and today, you may have been inadvertently exposed to some news about this case or related cases.
Yeah.
Has that happened to you? Have you learned any new information about this case?
Not really. No.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Sorry. No, I have not.
All right. How about related cases? Like civil cases or?
I don't think so. Other than the one, well, the carjacking, but
Okay.
other than that, no.
Okay. I'm going to have you move just a little closer, if you could. And I'll turn this up as well. Okay. So no other information about this case since you filled out the questionnaire?
Correct.
All right. Oh, that's perfect. All right. The important thing to understand is whether it was information you found out about before you filled out the questionnaire or after you filled out the questionnaire, you have to put it aside. And also any opinions you might have formed. It's okay to have an opinion. That's all right. But you have to put that aside as well and decide this case just on what you hear in the courtroom based on the instructions I give you. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to need you to speak up a little more because the court reporter is a little bit from you.
Okay.
And she needs to hear you more than anybody.
All right. Sorry about that.
No problem. Did you recognize any witnesses on the list that you were given?
No.
Okay. Now, we anticipate that this trial would be about 4 weeks long, starting on March 29th. Can you make that work for your personal life?
Yes.
Any problems, any hardships that we should be aware of that would cause?
No.
Okay. Unless you have any questions for me, I'm going to turn you over to the attorneys.
All right.
Mr. Nelson, you may inquire as to juror number 113.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your patience and time today and for taking the time to fill out the questionnaire. I'm going to just ask you a few questions generally to get to know you a little bit better, and then I'll ask you some follow-ups on your questionnaire, okay?
Okay.
I'm not going to try to trick you. I'll read you what you wrote. I'll read you the question because I know it's been a while since you have filled it out, all right?
Right.
So before we do that, I just want to ask, and I'm sorry to hear about, you said that you were carjacked.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm sorry?
Well, I said no worries, but yeah, it's okay.
Was that frightening?
Yeah. Yeah, I would say.
Okay. Do you know were any arrests made?
I'm not entirely sure. I know that I did get my car back and a decent amount of the items in my car, but I did not hear of any arrests made. No.
Okay. When that happened, did you call the police?
Yes.
Okay. And did they respond?
Yes.
Were you satisfied with how they treated you in that situation?
Yes.
Okay. Do you feel they acted professionally as they could in that situation?
Yes.
And you obviously have not been informed as to whether anyone is being prosecuted or whatnot.
Right.
Is there anything about that situation that would bias your opinion about the police or how they handled that situation?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. So if you and I were to meet under different circumstances and we were engaged in conversation, what are a couple things I'd learn about you in that first conversation?
I like to play, well, just like about me in general.
Yeah.
I like to play guitar.
Okay.
I have a dog named Blitz, and I DoorDash sometimes.
Okay. That's how you make money now?
Yeah.
All right. You've obviously heard about this case before you were asked to fill out this questionnaire, right?
Yes.
And when you learned that you were a potential juror in this particular case, how did you feel?
I mean, surprised, I guess, but I guess all right with it. Like, I felt like I could do an all right job with it.
Okay. Were you concerned about your physical safety, your family's safety, COVID-19? Did you have any concerns about any of that?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Okay. When you came downtown today and you saw the government center and all the army and all of that stuff, how did that make you feel?
Decent. I guess surprising for like a second, but after that, fine.
Okay. Why would it have been surprising?
I guess I just didn't expect to be brought in by so many armed men, I guess, but
Okay.
yeah.
But in terms of your personal safety, you
Yeah.
obviously felt secure?
Yes.
All right. And at some point, it's possible when the judge deems it to be safe that your name, if you're a juror on this case, would be released. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. No concerns about, again, harassment or safety?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell me about a situation in your life, or think about a situation in your life where you were asked to resolve a conflict between two people?
Not off the top of my head. No.
Okay. You understand, ultimately, if you were a juror in this case and you were deliberating, you're trying to resolve a conflict between the state of Minnesota and Mr. Chauvin. You understand that?
Yes.
And within the jury room, there would be 11 other people, and you would be potentially faced with resolving conflict or involved in conflict,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So how would you imagine approaching, you've got two groups of jurors, they're disagreeing. How do you try to resolve that conflict?
Probably first get people on the same page with anything that they can agree on, and then branch out to the things that they disagree on and see if they can find some kind of middle ground. Go from there.
Okay.
Okay.
If you were to find yourself involved in the conflict, as you were disagreeing with another juror about something, how do you think you approach it differently?
Try to listen to their side of things, try to take into account everything that they're saying and the points that they're making, and then hopefully get the same from them.
Okay. Do you think that, or have you ever had to try to figure out if someone is lying about something before?
Other than just like family stuff growing up, no. I don't
Okay.
think so.
Well, can you imagine a situation where two people are observing the same incident and they may see it from very different perspectives?
Yes.
What are the types of things that you think would cause someone to see the same incident differently?
I guess ways that they were brought up or grew up. Yeah.
Do you think their personal, their personal experiences or the way they were brought up may be one thing?
Yeah.
What about their education or experiences?
Yeah, that too.
Okay. Do you think it's possible for two people with similar education and backgrounds to still even see something differently?
Yes, I'd say so.
And how would you, let's say you have two people, they've got a very similar background, they have the same training and education, and they disagree. How do you determine which one to assign more credibility to?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Okay. Do you think that if you were in the jury room, you would be the type of person who would agree with someone just to kind of get this over with,
No.
versus like, I believe this to be true, I'm going to stand my ground?
No. I would, the second one.
The second,
stand my
stand
ground.
your ground?
Yeah.
Okay. Ultimately, your job is listen to all of the evidence in the case, and kind of like you said, listen to everything, both sides, so to speak, and weigh that evidence, only the evidence from court. Can you do that?
Yes.
And ultimately, the judge is going to give you a list of the rules of law to apply. And you may read those rules of law and you may say, or think in your mind, this can't possibly be the law, or we need to change this law, this is ridiculous, can you apply the law as the judge gives it to you, even if you disagree with it or think it should be changed?
Yes.
Why?
Because if it's what's given to me from the official judge, then, and it's regarding the specific case, then that's what I have to deal with.
Okay.
And go off of.
Good. So I'm going to follow up with some questions from your questionnaire, and I want to just briefly go and ask you one question. There is a question in the questionnaire that asks you about a video that you've seen, and you said you've seen this video 4 to 5 times. I want to make sure we're talking about the same video.
Yeah.
You understand there was a video, a bystander took a video, that video became a viral video, became news, and kind of went around the world, right?
Yeah.
There's that video, and then after that, there were some body-worn cameras from the police officers that were released. There were some surveillance videos from local businesses that were released. So which video or videos have you seen?
I believe only the bystanders one.
Okay.
Video.
And when you say that you've seen it 4 to 5 times, have you watched it in its entirety, or have you watched just bits and pieces of it?
I believe only bits and pieces of it.
Okay.
Online. Yeah.
Online?
Yeah.
So like on news stories online?
Instagram, I guess.
Okay.
And some news stories too.
So kind of scrolling through Instagram and you see a headline and the video starts playing and you watch parts of it?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know, maybe show my age here, but much about Instagram. Is Instagram, like, is it limited in how long the videos are?
I believe to a minute, yes.
To a minute?
I think. It might have changed recently, but that's
Okay.
what I know.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah.
So you've never gone on the internet, looked up like a longer, X number of minutes video, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then other than like through Instagram or social media, have you seen bits and pieces like on the TV news or still frames in the paper or anything like that?
Possibly on the TV, but not watching it myself, just going downstairs with my parents or by the TV and watching it, and I catch a glimpse at it, I guess.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. I think we're pretty much talking about the same video.
Yeah.
So you were asked about you were asked to kind of write a paragraph about what you remember about this incident, and I just want to read what you wrote, if I can, and ask you some follow-ups. You wrote, George Floyd was apprehended after potentially using a counterfeit $20 bill. Derek Chauvin then brought George Floyd to the ground and firmly pushed his knee into George Floyd's neck, killing him. While this happened, Tutau, Alexander King, and T. Lane stood by in uniform, ignoring any pleas for help, and let Mr. Floyd die in broad daylight. That's what you wrote.
Yeah.
So let me just ask you, and it's perfectly okay, right? I mean, we all have our opinions about everything, right?
Yeah.
And your opinion is your opinion, and it is just as valid as my opinion or the next guy's opinion.
Yeah.
But what we need to know is, can you take what you have, the opinions that you formed or the ideas that you may have, set them aside, right, and listen only to the evidence in this case. That's what we ultimately need to know, right?
Yes.
So you use the word that Mr. Chauvin firmly pushed his knee into George Floyd's neck, killing him. And so you were of the impression that the cause of death of Mr. Floyd was from Mr. Chauvin.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And ultimately, that's a question that has to be answered by the jury. What was Mr. Floyd's cause of death, right?
Yes.
Do you think that, again, based on everything you've seen and everything you know or everything you've heard, can you set that aside, presume Mr. Chauvin innocent, first and foremost, and then hold the state to its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt?
I think so. I feel like there might be some difficulty with that, just, I guess, because of, I don't know, my brain, really, but I'd like to say yes, but yeah.
Okay. Well, let me ask it a slightly different way, all right? Under our system of law, you are supposed to start at 0, and the state has to move forward and convince you of what was the cause of Mr. Floyd's death.
Yes.
That's what the presumption of innocence and proof beyond a reasonable doubt generally stand for.
Yes.
Mr. Chauvin doesn't have to testify. Mr. Chauvin doesn't have to present any evidence. Mr. Chauvin doesn't have to ask a single question during this trial. We don't have to convince you and then to get you back to that starting point. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So the question is, would we be required to convince you of something to get you back to the point of the presumption of innocence?
No. No.
Okay, so you can start from 0
Yes.
and hold the state to its burden.
Yes.
You were asked about your opinion or general impression of Mr. Chauvin, and you wrote that it was somewhat negative. I understand this questionnaire was generally applied to the 4 officers involved.
Yeah.
And what you wrote is, because of how they acted in the situation presented, neglecting to keep others safe, though that is all I know of them. So you formed an impression of Mr. Chauvin, right? And that impression was somewhat negative, and it was based on what you saw in the video as to how they acted. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
You obviously don't know much else about anything about them personally or their training or anything. Agreed?
Yes.
Again, it's okay to have an opinion, an impression, but again, can you set that impression aside? And can you start from 0?
Yes.
You were asked about whether you had ever talked about Mr. Floyd's death with your family, friends, coworkers, or discussed it online. And you checked the box, yes, so let me break that down. Did you ever share any opinions online or on any social media platform?
No.
Okay. But you've had conversations with friends and family members about the case?
Yes.
And what you wrote is, I have expressed that I am aware of the prejudices that have lasted for such a long time, and it saddens me to see another probable instance of such irrational violence. Can you explain, like, what do you mean by irrational, a probable instance of irrational violence?
I guess, I mean that it's possibly another, well, I don't know, I guess, since I don't know for sure, but from what I could tell, it's just another, well, not just another, but it's another instance of, I guess, like I said, irrational violence where it didn't need to happen that way, and it didn't need to be violent really at all, but it went that way.
Okay. I mean, again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what I think I hear you say is that when you say another instance, you're referring to the death of black men at the hands of police?
Yes.
And irrational violence, meaning that, again, you don't see a justification for the use of force in this case?
Yes.
All right. Again, that you would agree that the video you've seen is one small piece of evidence, right?
Yes.
And did you ever see anything that happened before or after that minute-long clip you saw?
I did not see anything else, no.
So are you the type of person who's willing to re-examine his own perspectives?
Yes.
And would you be willing to listen to evidence that may suggest contrary to the opinion you've expressed here?
Yes.
You were asked whether you believe your community has been negatively or positively affected by any of the protests that have happened since Mr. Floyd's death. And you wrote, I believe it has been affected negatively by so much unrest, though I do see it as a catalyst for a change for the better. What do you mean by that? What is the change, and what is the how does the unrest negatively affect the community?
I'd say the change would be, I guess, just a more peaceful society overall, where these kinds of things don't happen, at least as much, but preferably just not happen. And by the unrest, I guess I mean there's just so many people with so many different opinions that there's bound to be, I don't know, I guess just social damage done, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Okay. There was a page in the questionnaire that asked you to rank your opinions about some broad social statements, and do you remember that exercise generally?
Yes.
Okay. Again, I know you don't remember everything that was written, but I want to just ask you to explain your thinking. You wrote, or the statement reads, "Police in this country do not treat whites and blacks equally," and you strongly disagreed with that notion. What do you base your strong disagreement on?
Cases similar to this one, really, and
okay.
the history of that.
So you're familiar with other in custody deaths or deaths involved law enforcement, and you're comparing this case to the others. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, I'd say so.
Okay. The statement reads, "I support defunding the Minneapolis Police Department," and you somewhat agreed with that. Why?
Because I don't believe that completely just defunding it would really do any good. In fact, that could just do a lot more damage than any good, but I guess a reallocation of funding to more supportive kinds of things, like, I don't know, like sending out people who can deal with specific situations to help specific people that need help, instead of sending whoever's available to whatever place, really.
Okay. The statement reads, "Local police departments try to cover up excessive force rather than correct it," and you strongly agreed with that. What again do you base your opinion on there?
I think that one's mostly this case.
Okay. So you felt like officers or the police department, or the Minneapolis Police Department, tried to cover this instance up?
Somewhat, I'd say.
Okay. You understand that, police officers, including police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department, may testify in this case.
Yes.
Right? And they would be potentially testifying against Mr. Chauvin. Do you understand that?
Yes.
So I guess the question becomes, why do you think the Minneapolis Police Department tried to cover this up?
I wouldn't say the entirety of the department would have tried to, but if anybody had, it's trying to avoid some sort of, further conflict, or avoid people realizing what's going on, really.
Okay. So let me ask you this. If police officers were to testify in this case, right, and they were to testify against Mr. Chauvin, do you think that their testimony would be altered based upon the fact that Mr. Chauvin is a former police officer?
I would hope not. I think there's a chance, but less likely than, I guess, than it would seem.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, and now what about police officers who may come in and testify at the defense request, at Mr. Chauvin's request? Do you believe that those officers would be intentionally trying to cover something up?
Yes.
All right. So again, we have this concept of the presumption of innocence, right?
Yes.
And so can you hold all witnesses equally to the same standard?
Yes.
I mean, but you kind of just said
Yeah.
you couldn't, because if officers testify for Mr. Chauvin, they
Right.
would be more likely to be covering it up. So you would disbelieve, you'd have a tendency to disbelieve their testimony.
I would have difficulty believing that, definitely, but I would like to think that I would believe anything that they say or
Okay.
take everything into account equally.
Right. And even the police officers that would testify for the state of Minnesota against Mr. Chauvin, you would again have difficulty potentially believing their testimony.
Yes.
And that's because they work for the Minneapolis Police Department?
Yes.
And you believe that their testimony may be an effort to cover something up,
Yes.
more or less?
Yeah.
Any further questions?
Any questions from the state?
Yes. Good afternoon, juror number 113. Just on that issue, you're indicating that's how you feel now, that you may have a tendency to disbelieve law enforcement officers because they're law enforcement officers. Is that what you're saying?
Kind of. I'd say it's more because of the case itself, and I guess I would be more cautious in believing those involved with the defendant. Yeah.
Because that's a little different than not believing someone because they're a police officer. And so I just want to break that down. Is it that you would examine those witnesses for potential bias because they have a connection to the defendant?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's if I'm understanding what you're saying, it's not that you would necessarily disbelieve a police officer because they're a police officer, but anyone who had some sort of connection to the defendant, you might scrutinize their testimony more closely.
Yes.
Because there could be a potential bias.
Yeah.
You understand that could be the case with any witness. Any witness could have a bias.
Yes.
And if the judge instructed you that there are certain things that you need to consider with any witness who testifies, including, potential bias, a connection, some sort of motive to lie, would you be able to set aside any preconceived ideas you have today, follow the judge's instructions regarding how to evaluate all witnesses?
I believe so, yes.
And it's very important because, as you know, this is a very important case. It's important to the defendant. It's important to the state. And so when you say, I believe so, I need to know if you really know that you can do that. Yeah. Would you be able to follow the court's instructions and evaluate each witness who testified on their own merits in accordance with the judge's instructions?
Yes.
And you're confident you could do that?
There's like 5% that's not, but 95%.
Well,
so
if I were, use this example, if you were my pilot and I'm getting on a plane, and you said, don't worry, Mr. Slisher, I am 95% sure that I'm going to land this plane safely. I might wait for another pilot, right? And so, and again, you can only answer based on what you know. Nobody knows yourself better than you.
Yeah.
The question is, would you be able to follow the judge's instructions and evaluate each witness independently, or would you have some reservation?
I suppose I may have some reservation with that.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your answers to the questions. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you.
Juror 113, I'm going to excuse you from this panel, so you are actually excused from all jury service, so that you don't have to worry about being called up on another case.
All right.
Deputy will take some paperwork from you on the way out. Right. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
You bet. We'll mark that as a challenge for cause by the defense that was granted. Correct, Mr. Nelson? Correct, Your Honor. All right. Well, that's it for the jurors for the day. I think we're going to try and pick 2 more so that we definitely have 14 come Monday, March 29th. We'll schedule 5 and 3 for Monday. And of course, if we get the ones we need by the end of the day, we're all set to roll. All right, but still, our starting date is going to be March 29th. Anything else for the record? All right. All right, thank you. We're in recess until, 8:30, 9 a.m. on Monday. Yeah.